This is Audible.
Audible Inc. and Harlequin present The Iron Queen. Written by Julie Kagawa. Read by Christine Vam.
Part 1. Chapter 1. The Long Road Home. 11 years ago, on my 6th birthday, my father disappeared. 1 year ago, on the very same day, my brother was taken from me as well. But that time, I went into faery to take him back. It's strange how a journey can change you, what you can learn from it. I learned that the man I thought was my father wasn't my father at all, that my biological dad wasn't even human, that I was the half-breed daughter of a legendary faery king, and his blood flowed through my veins. I learned that I had power, a power that scares me, even now, a power that even the Fae dread, something that can destroy them, and I'm not sure I can control it. I learned that love can transcend race and time, and that it can be beautiful and perfect and worth fighting for, but also fragile and heartbreaking, and sometimes sacrifice is necessary. That sometimes it's you against the world, and that there are no easy answers, that you have to know when to hold on and when to let go. And even if that love comes back, you could discover something in someone else who has been there all along. I thought it was over. I thought my time with the Fae, the impossible choices I had to make, the sacrifices for those I loved was behind me. But a storm was approaching, one that would test those choices like never before. And this time, there would be no turning back. My name is Meghan Chase. In less than 24 hours, I'll be 17. Deja vu, right? Shocking how quickly time can pass you by, like you're standing still. I can't believe it's been a year since that day. The day I went into faery. The day that changed my life forever. Technically, I won't actually be turning 17. I've been in the never too long. When you're in faery, you don't age. Or you do age so slowly it's not worth mentioning. So while a year has passed in the real world, I'm probably only a few days older than when I went in. In real life, I've changed so much I don't even recognize myself. Beneath me, the tatter colt's hooves clopped against the pavement, a quiet rhythm that matched my own heartbeat. On this lonely stretch of Louisiana highway, surrounded by tupelo trees and moss-covered cypress, few cars passed us, and the ones that did flew by without slowing down, tossing leaves in their wake. They couldn't see the shaggy black horse with eyes like hot coals walking along the road without reins or bit or saddle. They couldn't see the figures on its back, the pale-haired girl and the dark, beautiful prince behind her, his arms around her waist. Mortals were blind to the world of faery, a world I was a part of now, whether I'd asked for it or not. "What are you afraid of?" a deep voice murmured in my ear, sending a shiver up my spine. Even in the humid swamps of Louisiana, the winter prince radiated cold, and his breath was wonderfully cool against my skin. I peered at him over my shoulder. "What do you mean?" Ash, Prince of the Unseelie Court, met my gaze, silver eyes gleaming in the twilight. Officially, he was no longer a prince. Queen Mab had exiled him from the Never after he refused to renounce his love for the half-human daughter of Oberon, the Summer King. My father. Summer and winter were supposed to be enemies. We were not supposed to cooperate. We were not supposed to go on quests together. And most important, we were not supposed to fall in love. But we had, and now Ash was here, with me. We were exiles, and the trods, the paths into faery, were closed to us forever. But I didn't care. I wasn't planning to ever go back. You're nervous. Ash's hand stroked the back of my head, brushing the hair from my neck, making me shiver. I can feel it. You have this anxious, flickering aura all around you, and it's driving me a little nuts, being this close. What's wrong? I should have known. There was no hiding what I felt from Ash, or any faery for that matter. Their magic, their glamour, came from human dreams and emotions, so Ash could sense what I was feeling without even trying. Sorry, I told him. I guess I am a little nervous. Why? Why? I've been gone almost a year. Mom will hit the roof when she sees me. My stomach squirmed as I imagined the reunion. The tears, the angry relief, the inevitable questions. They didn't hear anything from me while I was in faery. I sighed, gazing up the road to where the stretch of pavement melted into the darkness. What am I going to tell them? How will I even begin to explain? The tatter colt snorted and pinned its ears at a truck that roared by, passing uncomfortably close. I couldn't be sure, but it looked like Luke's battered old Ford, rattling down the road and vanishing around a curve. If it was my stepdad, he definitely wouldn't have seen us. He'd had a hard time remembering my name even when I'd lived in the same house. You tell them the truth, Ash said, startling me. I wasn't expecting him to answer. From the beginning. Either they accept it or they don't. But you can't hide who you are, especially from your family. Best to get it over with. We can deal with whatever happens after. His candor surprised me. I was still getting used to this new Ash, this faery who talked and smiled instead of hiding behind an icy wall of indifference. Ever since we were banished from the Never Never, he'd been more open, less brooding and angst-ridden, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. True, he was still quiet and solemn by anyone's standards, but for the first time I felt I was finally getting a glimpse of the Ash I knew was there all along. But what if they can't deal with it? I muttered, voicing the concern that had been plaguing me all morning. What if they see what I am and freak out? What if they don't want me anymore? I trailed off at the end, knowing I sounded like a sullen 5-year-old, but Ash's hold on me tightened, and he pulled me closer against him. Then you'll be an orphan, just like me, he said, and we'll find a way to get by. His lips brushed against my ear, tying my stomach into a dozen knots. Together. My breath hitched, and I turned my head to kiss him, reaching back to run my hand through his silky dark hair. The tatter colt snorted and bucked mid-step, not enough to throw me off, but enough to bounce me a few inches straight up. I snatched wildly for its mane as Ash grabbed my waist, keeping me from falling off. Heart pounding, I shot a glare between the tatter colt's ears, resisting the urge to kick it in the ribs and give it another excuse to buck me off. It raised its head and glared back at us, eyes glowing crimson, disgust written plainly on its equine face. I wrinkled my nose at it. Oh, excuse me, are we making you uncomfortable? I asked sarcastically, and it snorted. Fine, we'll behave. Ash chuckled but didn't attempt to pull me back. I sighed and gazed at the road over the colt's bobbing head, looking for familiar landmarks. My heart leaped when I saw a rusty van sitting in the trees off the side of the road, so ancient and corroded a tree had grown through the roof. It had been there for as long as I could remember, and I saw it every day on the bus to and from school. It always told me when I was nearly home. It seemed so long ago now, a lifetime ago, that I'd sat on the bus with my friend Robbie, when all I had to worry about was grades and homework and getting my driver's permit. So much had changed. It would feel strange returning to school and my old mundane life like nothing had happened. I'll probably have to repeat a year, I sighed, and felt Ash's puzzled gaze on my neck. Of course, being an immortal faery, he didn't have to worry about school and licenses and... I stopped, as reality seemed to descend on me all at once. My time in the Never Never was like a dream, hazy and ethereal, but we were back in the real world now, where I had to worry about homework and grades and getting into college. I'd wanted to get a summer job and save up for a car. I'd wanted to attend ITT Tech after high school, maybe move to the Baton Rouge or New Orleans campuses when I graduated. Could I still do that, even after everything that happened? And where would a dark, exiled faery prince fit into all of this? What is it? Ash's breath tickled the back of my ear, making me shiver. I took a deep breath. How's this going to work, Ash? I half turned to face him. Where will we be a year from now, 2 years from now? I can't stay here forever. Sooner or later I'm going to have to get on with my life. School, work, college someday. I broke off and looked down at my hands. I have to move on eventually. But I don't want to do any of those things without you. I've been thinking about that, Ash replied. I glanced up at him, and he surprised me with a brief smile. You have your whole life ahead of you. It makes sense that you should plan for the future. And I figure, Goodfellow pretended to be mortal for 16 years. There's no reason I can't do the same. I blinked at him. Really? He touched my cheek softly, his eyes intense as they gazed into mine. You might have to teach me a little about the human world, but I'm willing to learn if it means being close to you. He smiled again, a wry quirk of his lips. I'm sure I can adapt to being human if I must. If you want me to attend classes as a student, I can do that. If you want me to move to a large city to pursue your dreams, I will follow. And if someday you wish to be married in a white gown and make this official in human eyes, I am willing to do that too. He leaned in, close enough for me to see my reflection in his silver gaze. For better or worse, I'm afraid you're stuck with me now. I felt breathless, not knowing what to say. I wanted to thank him, but those words didn't mean the same in faery terms. I wanted to lean in the rest of the way and kiss him, but the tatter colt would probably throw me into the ditch if I tried. Ash, I began, but was saved a response as the tatter colt abruptly came to a full stop at the end of a long gravel driveway that stretched away over a short rise. A familiar green mailbox balanced precariously on its post at the end of the drive, faded with age and time. But I had no trouble reading it, even in the darkness. Chase, 14202. My heart stood still. I was home. I slid off the tatter colt's back and stumbled as I hit the ground, my legs feeling weird and shaky after being on horseback for so long. Ash dismounted with ease, murmuring something to the tatter colt, which snorted, threw up its head, and bounded into the darkness. In seconds it had disappeared. I gazed up the long gravel road, my heart pounding in my chest. Home and family waited just beyond that rise. The old green farmhouse with paint peeling off the wood, the pig barns out back through the mud, Luke's truck, and Mom's station wagon in the driveway. Ash moved up beside me, making no noise on the rocks. Are you ready? No, I wasn't. I peered into the darkness where the tatter colt had vanished instead. What happened to our ride? I asked to distract myself from what I had to do. What did you say to it? I told him the favor has been paid, and that we're even now. For some reason, this seemed to amuse him. He gazed after the colt with a faint smile on his lips. It appears I can't order them around like I used to. I'll have to rely on calling in favors from now on. Is that bad? The smile twitched into a smirk. A lot of people owe me. When I still hesitated, he nodded toward the driveway. Go on. Your family is waiting. What about you? It's probably better if you go alone this time. A flicker of regret passed through his eyes, and he gave me a pained smile. I don't think your brother would be happy to see me again. But I'll be close. He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind my ears. Promise. I sighed and gazed up the driveway once more. All right, I muttered, steeling myself for the inevitable. Here goes nothing. I took 3 steps, feeling the gravel crunch under my feet, and glanced over my shoulder. The empty road mocked me, the breeze stirring up leaves in the spot Ash had been. Typical faery. I shook my head and continued my solitary trek up the driveway. It wasn't long before I reached the top of the rise, and there, in all its rustic glory, was the house I'd lived in for 10 years. I could see lights on in the window and my family moving about in the kitchen. There was Mom's slender frame, bent over the sink, and Luke in his faded overalls putting a stack of dirty plates on the counter. And if I squinted hard enough, I could just see the top of Ethan's curly head poking over the kitchen table. Tears pricked my eyes. After a year of being away, fighting faeries, discovering who I was, cheating death more times than I cared to remember, I was finally home.
"Isn't that precious?"
A voice hissed. I spun, looking around wildly.
"Up here, princess."
I looked straight up, and my vision was filled with a thin, shimmering net, an instant before it struck me and sent me tumbling back. Cursing, I thrashed and tore at the threads, trying to rip through the flimsy barrier. Stinging pain made me gasp. Blood streamed down my hands, and I squinted at the threads. The net was actually made of fine, flexible wire, and my struggles had sliced my fingers open. Harsh laughter caught my attention, and I craned my neck up, searching for my assailants. On the lone set of power lines that stretched to the roof of the house perched 3 bulbous creatures with spindly legs that glinted under the moonlight. My heart gave a violent lurch when, as one, they unfurled and leaped from the lines, landing in the gravel with faint clicking sounds. Straightening, they scuttled toward me. I recoiled, tangling myself even further in the wire net. Now that I saw them clearly, they reminded me of giant spiders, only somehow even more horrible. Their spindly legs were huge needles, shiny and pointed as they skittered over the ground. But their upper bodies were of gaunt, emaciated women with pale skin and bulging black eyes. Their arms were made of wire, and long needle-like fingers uncurled like claws as they approached, their legs clicking over the gravel.
"Here she is,"
hissed one as they surrounded me, grinning.
"Just as the king said she would be."
"Too easy," rasped another, peering at me with a bulbous black eye.
"I'm rather disappointed. I thought she would be a good catch, but she's just a skinny little bug, trapped in a web. What is the king so afraid of?"
"The king?" I said, and all 3 blinked at me, surprised I was talking to them instead of cringing in fear, perhaps. "You mean the false king, don't you? He's still after me." The spider hags hissed, baring pointed teeth.
"Do not blaspheme him so, child,"
one screeched, grabbing the net and pulling me forward.
"He is not the false king. He is the Iron King, the true monarch of the Iron Fae."
"Not from what I heard," I retorted, meeting the blazing black eyes full on. "I've met the Iron King, the real Iron King, Machina. Or have you forgotten him?"
"Of course we haven't,"
hissed the hag's sister.
"We will never forget Machina. He wanted to make you his queen, queen of all the Iron Fae, and you killed him for his trouble."
"He kidnapped my brother and was planning to destroy the Never Never," I snapped in return. "But you're missing the point. The king you serve, the one who took over the throne, is an imposter. He isn't the real heir. You're supporting a false king."
"Lies!"
the hags screeched, crowding in, grabbing me with pointed needle claws, drawing blood.
"Who told you this? Who dares blaspheme the name of the new king?"
"Iron Horse," I said, wincing as one snatched my hair, shaking my head back and forth. "Iron Horse told me, Machina's lieutenant himself."
"The traitor Fae. He and the rebels will be destroyed right after the king takes care of you."
The spider hags were shrieking now, shouting curses and threats, tearing at me through the wire net. One of them tightened her grip in my hair and lifted me off my feet. I gasped, tears of pain flooding my eyes as the faery hissed in my face. A flash of cold blue light erupted between us. The iron faery gave a shriek and disintegrated, becoming thousands of tiny slivers that rained down around me. They glimmered in the darkness, needles and pins catching the moonlight as the spider hag departed the world, in the manner of her kind. The other two wailed and drew back as something tore the net off me and stepped between us. "Are you all right?" Ash growled as I staggered to my feet, his gaze never leaving the hags in front of him. My scalp burned, my fingers still bled, and a dozen tiny scratches covered my arms from the hag's claws. But I wasn't hurt badly. "I'm fine," I told him, a slow anger building in my chest. I felt my glamour rise like a tornado, swirling with emotion and energy. When I'd first met Mab, the Winter Queen had sealed my magic away, afraid of my power. But the seal had been broken, and I could feel the pulse of glamour once more. It was everywhere around me, savage and wild, the magic of Oberon and the summer fae.
"You killed our sister!"
the hags screeched, tearing at their own hair.
"We'll slice you to pieces!"
Hissing, they scuttled toward us with raised claws. I felt a ripple of glamour from Ash, colder than the fiery magic of summer, and the Winter Prince swept his arm forward. A burst of blue light, and one of the hags skittered into a hail of ice daggers, the pointed shards ripping through her like shrapnel. She wailed and fell apart, scattering into thousands of glittering pieces in the grass. Ash brandished his sword and charged the last one. The remaining spider hag screamed her fury and raised her arms. 10 shimmering lengths of wire seemed to grow from her needle-tip fingers. She sliced them toward Ash, who ducked, and the wires cut a nearby sapling into pieces. As he danced around her, I knelt and buried my hands in the dirt, calling up my glamour. I felt the pulse of living things deep in the earth and sent a request into the ground, asking for aid in defeating the iron monster on the surface. The spider hag was so busy trying to slice Ash to ribbons, she was taken completely by surprise when the ground erupted at her feet. Grass and weeds, vines and roots wrapped around her spindly legs and crawled up her torso. She shrieked and flailed with her deadly wires, slicing vegetation like an angry weed whacker. But I poured more glamour into the ground, and the plants responded like they were growing in fast forward. Panicked, the spider hag tried to flee, ripping through vegetation as it twined around her legs, dragging her down. A dark form blurred the air above her as Ash dropped from the sky, his blade pointed straight down. It struck the fairy's bulbous torso, pinning her to the earth for a split second, before she shivered into an enormous needle pile and scattered over the ground. I sighed with relief and stood, but suddenly the ground tilted. The trees began to spin. All feeling left my legs and arms, and the next thing I knew, the ground rushed up at me. I woke, lying on my back, feeling breathless and faint as if I'd just run a marathon. Ash was peering down at me, silver eyes bright with concern. "Meghan, are you all right? What happened?" The dizziness was fading. I took several deep breaths to make sure my gut stayed where it was supposed to and sat up to face him. "I don't know. I used my glamour and just passed out." Damn it. The ground was still spinning. I leaned into Ash, who held me cautiously, as if I would break. "Is that normal?" I muttered against his chest. "Not that I know of." He sounded troubled, worried but trying not to show it. "Perhaps it's a side effect from having your magic sealed for so long." Well, that was another thing I'd have to thank Mab for. Ash stood, carefully drawing me up with him. My arms stung, and my fingers were sticky from where I'd sliced myself on the wire net. Ash tore strips from his shirt and wrapped them around my hands, silent and efficient, though his touch was gentle. "They were waiting for me," I murmured, gazing at the thousands of needles scattered through the yard, glittering in the moonlight. More problems the Fae had brought to my family. Mom and Luke would probably have a fit, and I desperately hoped Ethan wouldn't accidentally step on one before they had a chance to disappear. "They know where I live," I continued, watching the slivers wink at me in the grass. "The false king knew I'd be coming home, and he sent them." My gaze rose to my house, and my family moving about through the windows, unaware of the chaos outside. I felt cold and sick. "I can't go home," I whispered, feeling Ash's gaze on me. "Not now. I can't bring this madness home to my family." I stared at the house for a moment more, then shut my eyes. The false king won't stop here. He'll keep sending things after me, and my family will get caught in the middle. I can't let that happen. I have to leave. Now. "Where will you go?" Ash's steady voice broke through my despair. "We can't go back to faery, and the Iron Fae are everywhere in the mortal world." "I don't know." I covered my face with my hands. All I knew was that I couldn't be with my family. I couldn't go home, and I couldn't have a normal life. Not until the false king gave up looking for me, or miraculously keeled over and died. Or I keeled over and died. "It doesn't matter now, does it?" I groaned through my fingers. "No matter where I go, they're going to follow me." Strong fingers wrapped around my wrists and gently tugged my hands down. I shivered and looked up into glittering silver eyes. "I will keep fighting for you," Ash said in a low, intense voice. "Do what you must. I'll be here, whatever you decide. If it takes 1 year or 1,000, I will keep you safe." My heart pounded. Ash released my wrists and slid his hands up my arms, pulling me close. I sank into his embrace and buried my face in his chest, using him as a shield against disappointment and grief, against the knowledge that my wandering wasn't over yet. The choice loomed clear before me. If I ever wanted this endless running and fighting to stop, I would have to deal with the Iron King. Again. I opened my eyes and stared at the place where the Iron Fae had fallen, at the slivers of metal glinting in the weeds. The thought of such monsters stealing into my room, turning their murderous eyes on Ethan or my mom, made me cold with rage. All right, I thought, clenching my fists in Ash's shirt. The false king wants a war? I'll give him one. I wasn't ready, not yet. I had to get stronger. I had to learn to control my magic, both summer and iron glamour, if it was actually possible to learn both. And for that, I needed time. I needed a place where the Iron Fae couldn't follow, and there was only one place I knew that was safe, where the false king's servants would never find me. Ash must have sensed the change. "Where are we going?" he murmured into my hair. I took a deep breath and pulled back to face him. "Leonenshi's." Surprise and a flicker of alarm crossed his face. "The Exile Queen? Are you sure she'll help us?" No, I wasn't. The Exile Queen, as she was called among other things, was capricious and unpredictable, and frankly, quite terrifying. But she had helped me before, and her home in the between, the veil separating the mortal world from faery, was the only potentially safe haven we had. Besides, I had a score to settle with Leonenshi, and more than a few questions I needed answered. Ash was still watching me, his silver gaze concerned. "I don't know," I told him truthfully, "but she's the only one I can think of who can help, and she hates the Iron Fae with a fiery passion. Besides, she is Queen of the Exiles. That means we qualify, right?" "You tell me." Ash crossed his arms and leaned against a tree. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting her, though I have heard the stories, terrifying as they are. A tiny furrow creased his brow, and he sighed. This is going to be very dangerous, isn't it? Probably. A rueful smile quirked his lips. Where to first? A cold resolve tightened my stomach. I looked back at my home, at my family, so very close, and swallowed the lump in my throat. Not yet, I promised them. But soon I'll be able to see you again. New Orleans, I replied, turning to Ash, who waited patiently, his eyes never leaving my face. The historic Voodoo Museum. There's something there I have to take back. Chapter 2. Of Tokens and Church Grims. Any tour guide worth his badge in New Orleans will tell you not to go gallivanting around the city streets alone in the middle of the night. In the heart of the French Quarter, where street lamps and tourism had a firm hold, it was fairly safe, but just outside the district, the dark alleyways hid thugs and gangs and predators of the night. I wasn't worried about the human predators. They couldn't see us, except for one white-haired homeless man who cringed against a wall and chanted, "Not here, not here," as we went by. But the darkness hid other things as well, like the goat-headed puka who watched us from an alley across the street, grinning madly, and the red-cap gang who trailed us through several neighborhoods until they got bored and went looking for easier prey. New Orleans was a faery city. Mystery, imagination, and old traditions blended perfectly here and drew scores of exiled fae to this spot. Ash walked next to me, a silent, watchful shadow, one hand resting casually on his sword hilt. Everything from his eyes, to the chill in the air as he passed, to the calm lethality on his face was a warning. This wasn't someone you wanted to mess around with. Even though he had been exiled and was no longer a prince of the unseelie court, he was an imposing warrior, still the son of Queen Mab, and few dared challenge him. At least, that's what I kept telling myself as we ventured deeper into the back alleys of the French Quarter, moving steadily toward our goal. But at the mouth of a narrow alley, the red-cap gang I thought had given up appeared, blocking the exit. They were short and stout, evil dwarves with bloody red hats, their eyes and jagged fangs shining in the darkness. Ash stopped and in one smooth motion eased me behind him and drew his sword, bathing the alley in flickering blue light. I clenched my fists, drawing glamour from the air, tasting fear and apprehension and a hint of violence. As I drew the glamour to me, I felt the nausea and dizziness and fought to remain steady on my feet. For a moment, no one moved. Then Ash gave a dark, humorless chuckle and stepped forward. "We can stand around looking at each other all night," he said, locking gazes with the biggest redcap, who had a stained red bandana on his head and was missing an eye. "Or would you like me to start the massacre?" One Eye bared his fangs.
"Keep your pants on, Prince,"
he spat, his guttural voice like a dog's snarl.
"We got no quarrel with you."
He sniffed and brushed his crooked nose.
"Just heard the rumor you was in town, see? And we'd like to have a few words with the lady before you go. That's all."
I was instantly suspicious. I had no love for redcaps. The ones I'd run into were trying to kidnap, torture, or eat me. They were the mercenaries and thugs of the unseelie court, and the exiled ones were even worse. I wanted nothing to do with them. Ash kept his sword out, his eyes never leaving the redcaps, but his free hand reached back and gripped mine. "Fine. Say what you came to say, and get out of here." One Eye sneered at him, then turned to me.
"Just wanted to let you know, Princess,"
he emphasized the word with a toothy leer,
"that there's a bunch of iron fairies sniffing around the city looking for you. One of them is offering a reward for any information concerning your whereabouts. So I'd be really careful if I were you.
One-Eye pulled off his bandana and gave me a ridiculous mocking bow.
Just thought you'd want to know.
I tried to hide my shock. Not that the Iron Fae were looking for me, that was a given, but that a Redcap would take it upon himself to warn me about it. Why are you telling me this? And how can I be certain you won't run to them with our location? Ash chimed in, his voice flat and cold. The Redcap leader gave Ash a half-disgusted, half-fearful look.
You think I want these iron bastards on my turf? You really think I'd want to bargain with them? I want every one of them dead, or at least out of my territory. I sure as hell ain't going to give them exactly what they want. If there's any way I can throw a wrench in their plans, I'll take it, even if that means warning you to spite them. And if you manage to kill them all for me, hey, that'll make my evening.
He stared at me with a hopeful expression. I squirmed uncomfortably. I'm not going to promise anything, I warned, so you can stop threatening me.
Who said I was threatening you?
One-Eye held up his hands with a quick glance at Ash.
I'm just giving you a friendly warning. I thought, hey, she's killed the iron bastards before. She might want to do it again.
Who told you that?
Oh, please. It's all over the streets. We know about you. You and your unseelie boyfriend here.
He curled a lip at Ash, who stared back stoically.
We heard about the scepter, and how you killed the iron bitch who stole it. We know you returned it to Mab to stop the war between summer and winter, and that they exiled you for your trouble.
One-Eye shook his head and gave me a look that was almost sympathetic.
Word travels fast on the streets, Princess, especially when the Iron Fae are running around like chickens with their heads ripped off, offering rewards for the daughter of the Summer King. So I'd watch my back if I were you.
He snorted, then turned and spat on one of his flunkey's shoes. The other Redcaps snarled and cursed, but One-Eye didn't seem to notice.
Anyway, there it is. Last time I checked, the bastards were nosing around Bourbon Street. If you do manage to kill them, Princess, tell them One-Eyed Jack says hello. Let's go, boys. Boss.
The Redcap who was spit on smiled at me and licked his fangs.
Can we chew on the princess? Just a little?
One-Eyed Jack slapped the offending faery upside the head without looking at him.
Idiot,
he snapped.
I have no desire to pick your frozen guts off the pavement. Now move, you stupid lot, before I lose my temper.
The Redcap leader grinned at me, gave Ash one last sneer and backed away. Snapping and arguing with each other, the Redcap gang ambled into the darkness and vanished from sight. I looked at Ash. You know, there was a time I wished I could be so popular. He sheathed his sword. Should we stop for the night? No. I rubbed my arms, dropping the glamour and the queasiness that came with it, and peered into the street. I can't run and hide just because the Iron Fae are looking for me. I'd never get anywhere. Let's keep moving. Ash nodded. We're almost there. We reached our destination without further incident. The New Orleans Historic Voodoo Museum looked exactly how I remembered it. Faded black doors sunk into the wall. The wooden sign creaked on its chains overhead. Ash, I murmured as we walked quietly to the doors. I've been thinking. The encounter with the spider hags and the Redcaps had strengthened my convictions, and I was ready to voice my plans. I want you to do something for me, if you would. Whatever you need. We reached the doors and Ash peered in the window. The interior of the museum was dark. He scanned the area around us before turning to place a hand on one of the doors. I'm still listening, Meghan, he murmured. What do you want me to do? I took a breath. Teach me how to fight. He turned back, his eyebrows raised. I took advantage of the moment of silence and plunged on before he could protest. I mean it, Ash. I'm tired of standing on the sidelines doing nothing, watching you fight for me. I want to learn to defend myself. Will you teach me? He frowned and opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, I added, and don't give me any crap about defending my honor, or how a girl can't use a weapon, or how it's too dangerous for me to fight. How am I going to beat the false king if I can't even swing a sword? I was going to say, Ash continued, in what was almost a solemn voice, if it wasn't for the faint smirk on his lips, that I thought it was a good idea. In fact, I was going to suggest picking up a weapon for you after we're done here. Oh, I said in a small voice. Ash sighed. We have a lot of enemies, he continued, and as much as I hate it, there might be times when I won't be there to help you. Learning to fight and use glamour will be crucial now. I was trying to think of a way to suggest teaching you without having it blow up in my face. He smiled then, a tiny twitch of his lips, and shook his head. I suppose I was doomed either way. Oh, I said again, in an even smaller voice. Well, good, as long as we understand each other. I was glad the darkness hid my burning face, though knowing Ash, he could probably see it anyway. Still smiling, Ash turned back to the door, placing a hand on the faded wood and speaking a quiet word under his breath. The door clicked and slowly swung open. The interior of the museum was musty and warm. As we eased through the door, I tripped over the same bump in the carpet that had been there a year ago and stumbled into Ash. He steadied me with a sigh, just like a year ago. Only this time, he reached down and touched my hand, moving close to whisper in my ear. First lesson, he said, and even in the darkness I heard the amusement in his voice. Always be aware of where you put your feet. Thanks, I said dryly. I'll remember that. He turned away and tossed a ball of faery fire into existence. The glowing blue-white sphere hovered overhead, illuminating the room and the macabre collection of voodoo items surrounding us. The skeleton in the top hat and the mannequin with the alligator head still grinned at us along the wall. But now, an ancient mummy-like figure had been added to the duo, a shriveled old woman with hollow pits for eyes and arms like brittle sticks. Then the withered face turned and smiled at me, and I bit down a yelp. "Hello, Meghan Chase," the oracle whispered, gliding away from the wall and her two ghastly bodyguards. "I knew you would return." Ash didn't go for his sword, but I sensed muscles coiling beneath his skin. I took a deep breath to calm my pounding heart and stepped forward. "Then you know why I'm here." The oracle's eyeless gaze peered at my face. "You seek to take back what you gave away a year ago. That, which did not seem so important then, has become very dear to you now. Such is always the case. You mortals do not know what you have until it's gone." The memory of my father. I moved away from Ash, closing the distance between me and the oracle. Her hollow gaze followed me, and the smell of dusty newspapers clogged my nose and mouth as I approached. I want it back. I need it if I'm going to see him again at Leoninshi's. I have to know what he means to me. Please. The knowledge of that mistake was still painful. When I was first searching for my brother, we'd come to the oracle for help. She'd agreed to help us, but asked for a memory in return. It had sounded insignificant at the time. I had agreed to her price, and afterward had had no clue which memory she took. Then we'd met Leoninshi, who kept several humans in her home in the between. All her humans were artists of some sort, brilliant, talented, and slightly mad from living in the between so long. One of them, a gifted pianist, had taken quite an interest in me, though I hadn't known who he was. I found out only after we had left the manor, and it was too late to go back. My father, my human father, or at least the man who'd raised me until I was 6 and he disappeared. That was the memory the Oracle had taken, all recollections of my human dad. And now I needed them back. If I was going to Leoninches, I wanted the memory of my father intact when I demanded to know why she had him in the first place.
"Your father is Oberon, the Summer King," the Oracle whispered, her thin mouth pulled into a smile. "This man you seek, this human, is no blood relation to you. He is a mere mortal, a stranger. Why do you care?"
"I don't know," I said miserably. "I don't know if I should care, and I want to be sure. Who was he? Why did he leave us? Why is he with Leoninches now?" I broke off and stared at the Oracle, feeling Ash come up behind me as silent support. "I have to know," I whispered. "I need that memory back." The Oracle tapped glittering nails together, considering.
"The bargain was fair," she rasped. "One exchange for another. We both agreed to this. I cannot simply give you what you seek."
She sniffed, looking momentarily indignant.
"I will have something in return."
I figured. Can't expect a faery to do a favor without naming a price. Squashing down my annoyance, I stole a glance at Ash and saw him nod. He'd expected it, too. I sighed and turned back to the Oracle. "What do you want?" She tapped a nail against her chin, dislodging a few flakes of dead skin or dust. I wrinkled my nose and eased back a step.
Let us see. What would the girl be willing to part with? Perhaps your future child."
"No," Ash and I said in unison. She snorted.
"Can't blame me for trying. Very well."
She leaned forward, studying me with the empty holes in her face. I felt a presence brush lightly against my mind and recoiled, shutting her out. The Oracle hissed, filling the air with the smell of decay.
"How interesting," she mused.
I waited, but she didn't elaborate, and after a moment she drew back with a strange smile on her withered face.
"Very well, Meghan Chase. This is my request. You are loath to give up anything you hold dear, and it would be a waste of breath to ask for those things. So instead, I will ask that you fetch me something someone else held dear."
I blinked at her. "What?"
"I wish for you to bring me a token. Surely that is not too much to ask."
I cast a helpless glance at Ash. "What's a token?"
The Oracle sighed. "Still so naive." She gave Ash an almost motherly frown. "I trust you will teach her better than this in the future, young prince. Now, listen to me, Meghan Chase, and I will share a bit of fairy lore. Most items," she continued, plucking a skull from a table with her bony talons, "are just that. Mundane, ordinary, commonplace. Nothing special. However," she replaced the skull with a thunk and carefully picked up a small leather bag, tied with a leather thong. I heard the rattle of pebbles or bones within as she held it up. "Certain items have been so loved and cherished by mortals that they become something else entirely, a symbol of that emotion, whether it be love, hate, pride, or fear, a favored doll, or an artist's masterpiece, and sometimes, though rarely, the item becomes so important that it grows a life of its own. It's as if a bit of the human soul was left behind, clinging to the once ordinary article. We Fae call these items tokens, and they are highly sought after, for they radiate a special glamour that never fades away."
The oracle stepped back, seeming to fade into the paraphernalia lining the walls.
"Find me a token, Meghan Chase," she whispered, "and I will give you back your memory."
And then she was gone. I rubbed my arms and turned to Ash, who bore a thoughtful expression. He stared after the vanished oracle. "Great," I muttered. "So we need to find a token thing? I suppose they're not just lying around for the taking, huh? Any ideas?" He roused himself and glanced down at me. "I might know where we can find one," he mused, suddenly solemn again. "But it's not a place humans like to visit, especially at night." I laughed. "What, you don't think I can handle it?" He raised an eyebrow, and I frowned. "Ash, I've been through Arcadia, Tir na Nog, the Briars, the Between, the Iron Realm, Machina's Tower, and the killing fields of the Never Never. I don't think there's a place capable of freaking me out anymore." A trace of humor touched his eyes, a silent challenge. "All right then," he said, leading me out. "Follow me." The city of the dead stretched away before me, stark and black under the swollen yellow moon, steaming in the humid air. Rows upon rows of crypts, tombs, and mausoleums lined the narrow streets, some lovingly decorated with flowers, candles, and plaques, others crumbling with age and neglect. Some of them looked like miniature houses, or even tiny cathedrals, spires, and stone crosses raking the sky. Statues of angels and weeping women peered down from rooftops, looking stern, or in the throes of grief. Their hollow eyes seemed to follow me down the tomb-lined alleyways. I really have to learn to keep my mouth shut, I thought, trailing Ash through the narrow streets, my skin crawling with every noise and suspicious-looking shadow. A warm breeze whispered between crypts, kicking up dust and causing dead leaves to skitter along the ground. My overactive imagination kicked into high gear, seeing zombies shuffling between the rows, the tomb doors creaking open as skeletal hands reached out for us. I shuddered and pressed closer to Ash, who, damn him, seemed quite unfazed about walking through a New Orleans cemetery in the dead of night. I sensed his secret amusement at my expense, and so help me, if he said anything along the lines of "I told you so," I was going to smack him. "There are no ghosts here," I told myself, my gaze flickering between the rows of crypts. "No ghosts, no zombies, no men with hook hands waiting to ambush stupid teenagers who come to the cemetery at night. Stop being parano." I caught a shimmer of movement between the crypts, a flutter of something white and ghostly, a woman in a blood-stained hood and cowl floating over the ground. My heart nearly stopped, and with a squeak, I grabbed Ash's sleeve, tugging him to a halt. He turned, and I threw myself into his arms, burying my face in his chest. Pride be damned, I'd kill him later for bringing me here. "Megan," his grip tightened in concern. "What's wrong?" "A ghost," I whispered, frantically pointing in the direction of the specter. "I saw a ghost, over there." He turned to look in that direction, and I felt him relax. "Banshee," he murmured, sounding like he was trying to stifle his amusement. "It's not unusual to see them here. They often hang around graveyards after the dead have been buried." I peeked up, watching the banshee float away into the darkness. Not a ghost, then. With an indignant huff, I pulled back, but not enough to let go. "Aren't banshees supposed to be off wailing somewhere?" I muttered, scowling at the ghostly look-alike. "Why is she hanging around here?" "Plenty of glamour to be found in old cemeteries. You can feel it, can't you?" Now that he mentioned it, I could. Grief, fear, and despair hung like a thin gray mist over everything, clinging to the stones and crawling along the ground. I took a breath, and the glamour flooded my nose and mouth. I tasted salt and tears and raw, festering grief, mixed with a black fear of death and the dread of the unknown. awful," I managed, gagging. Ash nodded. "I don't much care for it, but several of our kind prefer grief and fear over anything else, so graveyards tend to attract them, especially at night." "Like the banshee?" "Banshees are portents of death, and sometimes hang around the site of their last mark." Ash still hadn't released his grip. He seemed content to hold me, and I was content to stay there. "But there are others, like bogies and galley beggars, whose sole purpose in life is to frighten mortals. We could see a few of them in here, but they won't bother you if you're not afraid." "Too late," I muttered, and felt his silent chuckle. Turning, I glowered at him, and he stared back innocently. "Just so you know," I growled, poking his chest, "I am going to kill you later for bringing me here."
"I look forward to it."
"You wait. You'll be sorry when something grabs me and I scream loud enough to wake the dead." Ash smiled and let me go.
"They'll have to get past me first,"
he promised, a steely glint in his eye.
"Besides, most things that would grab you are just nursery bogies, irritating but harmless. They only want to scare you."
He sobered and his eyes narrowed, peering around the cemetery.
"The real threat will be the Grimm, assuming this cemetery has one."
"What's a Grimm?" I immediately thought of Grimalkin, the smart-mouthed talking cat who always seemed to pop up when least expected, demanding favors in return for his help. I wondered where the cat was now, if he had returned to the wildwood after our last adventure. Of course, being in a cemetery, a Grimm might also be a grinning skeleton in a black cowl, gliding down the aisles with a scythe in hand. I shivered and cursed my overactive imagination. So help me, it didn't matter if Ash was here or not. If I saw that coming, people on the other side of the city would hear me scream. An eerie howl cut through the night, making me jump. Ash froze, lean muscles tightening beneath the fabric of his shirt. A lethal calmness entered his face, his killer's mask. The cemetery went deathly still, as if even the ghosts and nursery bogies were afraid to move. Let me guess. That was a Grimm. Ash's voice was soft as he turned away. "Let's go." We continued down several more aisles, stone mausoleums flanking us. I peered anxiously between the tombs, wary of bogies and galley beggars and anything else that might jump out at me. I searched for the mysterious Grimm, my creeped-out brain imagining werewolves and zombie dogs and scythe-toting skeletons following us down the streets. Finally, we came to a small stone mausoleum with an ancient cross perched on the roof and a simple wooden door, nothing fancy or extravagant. The tiny plaque on the wall was so faded it was impossible to read. I would have walked right past it if Ash hadn't stopped. "Whose tomb is this?" I asked, hanging back from the door as if it would creak open to reveal its grisly contents. Ash walked up the crumbling granite steps and put a hand against the wood.
"An older couple. No one important,"
he replied, running his fingers down the faded surface as if he could sense what was on the other side. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced back at me.
"Meghan, get up here now."
I cringed. "We're going inside?"
"Once I open the door, the Grimm will know we're here. Its duty is to guard the cemetery and the remains of those in it, so it's not going to be happy about us disturbing the dead. You don't want to be out here alone when it comes. Trust me."
Heart pounding, I scurried up the steps and pressed close to his back, peering out over the graveyard. "What is this thing, anyway?" I asked. "Can't you just slice your way past it? Or turn us invisible, for that matter?"
"It's not that easy," Ash explained patiently. "Church Grimms are immune to magic and glamour. They see right through it. And even if you kill one, it doesn't die. To destroy a Grimm, you have to dig up and burn its real body, and we don't have the time."
He turned back to the door, murmured a quiet word, and pushed it open. A blast of hot air wafted out of the open crypt, along with the musty scent of dust and mold and decay. I gagged and pressed my face into Ash's shoulder as we eased inside, shutting the door behind us. The tiny room was like an oven. I was almost instantly covered in sweat, and I pressed my sleeve to my mouth. Gasping into the fabric, I tried not to be sick at the scene in the middle of the floor. On a raised stone table lay 2 skeletons, side by side. The room was so small that there was barely enough room to skirt the edges of the table, so the bodies were quite close. Too close, in my opinion. The bones were yellowed with age, and nothing clung to them. No skin, hair, or flesh, so they must have been here a while. I noticed that the skeletons were holding hands, long, bony fingers wrapped around each other in a gruesome parody of affection. On one knobby, naked digit, a tarnished ring glinted in the shadows. Curiosity battled revulsion, and I looked at Ash, who was staring at the couple with a grave expression on his face. "Who are they?" I whispered through my sleeve. Ash hesitated, then took a quiet breath.
"There is a story," he began in a solemn tone, "about a talented saxophone player who went to Mardi Gras one night and caught the eye of a fairy queen. And the queen bid him come to her, because he was young and handsome and charming, and his music could set one's soul on fire. But the sax player refused, because he already had a wife, and his love for her was greater than even the beauty of the fairy queen. And so, angry that he spurned her, the queen took him away, and held him in the never-never for many long days, forcing him to entertain her. But no matter what the young man saw in faery, and no matter how much the queen tried to make him her own, even when he forgot his own name, he could not forget his wife back in the mortal world." Watching Ash's face, the shadows in his eyes as he spoke, I got the feeling this wasn't a story he'd heard somewhere. This was a tale he'd watched unfold before him. He knew of the token and where to find it because he remembered the sax player from the Queen's court, another mortal caught up in the cruelty of the Fae. "Time passed," Ash went on, "and the Queen finally released him because it amused her to do so. And when the young human, his head filled with memories both real and imagined, returned to his beloved wife, he found her aged 60 years, while he had not changed a day since he vanished from the mortal world. She still wore his ring, and had not taken another husband or suitor, for she always believed he would return." Ash paused, and I used my free hand to wipe my eyes. The skeletons didn't seem so creepy now, lying motionless on the table. At least I could look at them without my stomach churning. "What happened after that?" I whispered, glancing at Ash hopefully, pleading for this fairy tale to have a happy ending, or at least a non-horrible one. I should have known better by now. Ash shook his head and sighed. "Neighbors found them days later lying in bed, a young man and a shrunken old woman, their fingers intertwined in an unbreakable grip, and their faces turned toward one another. The blood from their wrists had already dried on the sheets." I swallowed the lump in my throat and looked at the skeletons again, fingers interlocked in death as they had been in life. And I wished that, for once, fairy tales, real fairy tales, not Disney fairy tales, would have a happy ending. I wonder what my ending will be. The thought came out of nowhere, making me frown. I looked at Ash over the table, his silver gaze met mine, and I felt my heart swell in my chest. I was in a fairy tale, wasn't I? I was playing my part in the story, the human girl who had fallen in love with a fairy prince. Stories like that rarely ended well. Even if I did finish this thing with the false king, even if I did go back to my family and live out a normal life, where would Ash fit in? I was human. He was an immortal, soulless fairy. What kind of future did we have together? I would eventually grow old and die, Ash would live on forever, or at least until the mortal world became too much for him and he simply ceased to exist. I closed my eyes, my heart aching with the bitter truth. He didn't belong here, in the mortal world. He belonged back in faery, with the other creatures of myth and nightmares and imagination. Ash was a beautiful, impossible dream, a fairy tale. And I, despite my father's blood, was still human. "Megan?" His voice was soft, questioning. "What is it?" Suddenly angry, I cut off my bleak thoughts. No, I would not accept that. This was my story, our story. I would find a way for us both to live, to be happy. I owed Ash that much. Something landed on the roof overhead with a hollow thud, and a shower of dust filtered over me. Coughing, I waved my hand in front of my face, squinting in the sudden rain of filth. What was that? Ash glanced at the roof, eyes narrowing. "Our signal to leave. Here." He tossed something at me over the table. It glimmered briefly as I caught it, the tarnished gold ring from the skeleton's finger. "There's your token," Ash muttered, and I saw his hand dart into his coat pocket, almost too quick to be seen before he stepped away from the table. "Let's get out of here." He pulled open the door, motioning me out. As I ducked through the frame, something dripped onto my shoulder from above, something warm and wet and slimy. I put my hand to my neck, and it came away covered in frothy drool. Hard in my throat, I looked back and up. A monstrous shape crouched atop the mausoleum, silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Something lean and muscular and decidedly unnatural. Trembling, I gazed up into the burning crimson eyes of an enormous black dog, big as a cow, lips pulled back to reveal fangs as long as dinner knives. "Ash!" I squeaked, backing away. The monster dog's eyes followed me, their burning glare fastened on the hand where I clutched the ring. "Is that—" Ash's sword rasped free. "The Grim." The Grim glanced at him and snarled, making the ground tremble, then swung its terrifying gaze back to me. Muscles rippled under its slick coat as it crouched lower, drool hanging in glistening ribbons from its teeth. Ash brandished his sword, speaking to me, though he never took his eyes from the Grim. "Megan, when I say go, run forward, not away from it. Understand?" That sounded very much like suicide. But I trusted Ash. "Yeah," I whispered, clenching the ring tighter, feeling the edges dig into my palm. "I'm ready." The Grim howled, an ear-splitting bay that split my head open, making me want to cover my ears and close my eyes. It leaped, and I would have been frozen to the spot if Ash hadn't snapped me out of it by yelling, "Go!" Spurred into action, I dove forward, beneath the dog hurtling over my head, and felt the crushing impact as the Grim hit the spot where I had been standing. "Run!" Ash yelled at me. "We have to get off the cemetery grounds, now!" Behind us, the Grim roared in fury and attacked. Chapter 3. Memory. A hail of glittering shards erupted from Ash's direction, pelting the Grim with frozen daggers and stinging bits of ice. They shattered or glanced off the Grim's muscular hide, not injuring the beast, but it was enough to buy us a few seconds' head start. We fled down the aisles, dashing between crypts, ducking around statues of angels and saints, the hot breath of the Grim at our heels. If we had been in the open, the monstrous dog would have run me down and used me as a chew toy in 3 seconds flat. But the narrow streets and tight corridors slowed it down a bit. We zigzagged our way through the cemetery, staying one step ahead of the Grim, until the white concrete wall that marked the cemetery grounds loomed ahead of us. Ash reached the barrier first and whirled to help me up, positioning himself as a step stool.
Expecting to feel teeth on my back at any moment, I stepped onto his knee and launched myself for the top, clawing and kicking. Ash leaped straight up, like he was attached to wires, and landed on the edge, grabbing my arm. A deafening howl made my ears ring, and I made the mistake of looking back. The Grimm's open maw filled my vision, breath hot and foul in my face, spraying me with drool. Ash yanked me backward just as those jaws snapped inches from my face, and we fell off the wall together, hitting the ground with a jolt that knocked the breath from my lungs. Gasping, I looked up. The Grimm crouched at the top of the wall, glaring at me, fangs bared and shiny in the moonlight. For a moment, I was sure it would leap down and rip us both to pieces, but with one last snarl, it turned and dropped out of sight, back to the cemetery it was bound to protect. Ash let out a breath and let his head fall back to the grass. "I will say this," he panted, his eyes closed and his face turned toward the sky. "Being with you is never boring." I opened my shaking fist and looked down at the ring still lying in my palm. It glowed with its own inner light, surrounded by an aura of glamour that shimmered with emotion. Deep blue sorrow, emerald hope, and scarlet love. Now that I saw it clearly, I felt a stab of remorse and guilt. This was the symbol of a love that had endured for decades, and we had taken it from the grave with barely a second thought. I swallowed the lump in my throat and stuck the ring in my jeans pocket. Wiping disgusting Grimm drool off my face, I glanced down at Ash. He opened his eyes, and I suddenly realized how close we were. I was practically lying on top of him, our limbs tangled together and our faces inches apart. My heart stuttered a bit, then picked up faster than before. Ever since our exile from faery and my journey home, we had never been together, really been together. I'd been so preoccupied with what I would say to my family, so anxious to get home, that I hadn't given it much thought. And Ash never went any further than a brief touch or caress, seeming content to let me set the pace. Only I didn't know what he wanted, what he expected. What did we have, exactly? "You're worried again." Ash narrowed his eyes, and the nearness of him made me catch my breath. "It seems you're always worried, and I can't do anything to help." I scowled at him. "You could stop reading my emotions every time I turn around," I said, feigning irritation, when in reality my heart was beating so hard I knew he had to feel it. "If it bothers you so much, you could find something else to focus on." "Can't help it." He sounded annoyingly cavalier, completely self-assured and comfortable, lying there on his back. "The more we're connected to our chosen someone, the more we can pick up on what they're feeling. It's instinctive, like breathing." "You can't hold your breath?" One corner of his mouth twitched. "I suppose I could block it out, if I tried." "Uh-huh. But you're not going to, are you?" "No." Serious again, he reached up and ran his fingers through my hair, and for a moment I forgot to breathe. "I want to know when you're worried, when you're angry or happy or sad. You can probably do the same to me, though I'm slightly better at shielding my emotions. More practice." A shadow crossed his face, a flicker of pain before it was gone. "Unfortunately, the longer we're together, the harder hiding it will become, for both of us." He shook his head and gave me a wry smile. "One of the hazards of having a faery in love with you." I kissed him. His arms slid around me and drew me close, and we stayed like that for a while, my hands tangled in his hair, his cool lips on mine. My earlier thoughts in the crypt came back to haunt me, and I shoved them into the darkest corner of my mind. I would not give him up. I would find a way to have a happy ending, for both of us. For a few seconds my world shrank down to this tiny spot, with Ash's heartbeat under my fingers, me breathing in his breath. But then he grunted softly and pulled back, his expression caught between amusement and caution. "We have an audience," he murmured,
and I jerked upright, looking around warily. The night was still and quiet, but a large gray cat sat on the wall with his tail curled around himself, watching us with amused golden eyes. I leaped up, my face burning. "Grimalkin!" I glared at the cat, who regarded me blandly. "Damn it, Grim, do you plan these things? How long were you watching us?" "So nice to see you as well, human." Grimalkin blinked at me, sarcastic, unruffled, and completely infuriating. He glanced at Ash, who'd gotten to his feet with barely a sound, and twitched an ear. "And it is good to know the rumors are entirely true." Ash wore a blank expression, nonchalantly raking leaves from his hair, but I felt my face heat even more. "Why are you here, Grim?" I demanded. "I don't have any more debts you can collect on, or did you just get bored?" The cat yawned and licked a front paw. "Do not flatter yourself, human. Though it is always amusing to watch you flounder about, I am not here for my own entertainment." Grim scrubbed the paw over his face, then carefully cleaned the claws, one by one, before turning to me again. "When Leonanshi heard you were banished from the Never Never, she could not believe it. I told her humans are unreasonable and irrational when it comes to their emotions. But to have the Winter Prince exiled as well, she was sure it was a false rumor. Mab's son would never defy his queen in court, to be banished to the mortal world with the half-blood daughter of Oberon." Grimalkin snorted, sounding pleased with himself. "In fact, we made a rather interesting bet on it. She will be terribly annoyed when she hears she has lost." I glanced at Ash, who was keeping his expression carefully neutral. Grimalkin sneezed, the feline equivalent of a laugh, and continued. "So, naturally, when you disappeared from the Never Never, Leonanshi asked me to find you. She wishes to speak to you, human. Now." My stomach contracted into a tiny knot as Grimalkin stood and leaped gracefully from the wall, landing in the grass without a sound. "Follow me," he ordered, his eyes becoming floating golden orbs in the dark. "I will show you the trod to the between from here. And human, there are rumors of Iron Fae hunting you as well, so I suggest we hurry." I swallowed. "No," I told him, and the orbs blinked in surprise. "I'm not done here. Leonanshi wants to talk to me? Good. I have some things to talk to her about as well. But I am not going into her mansion knowing my dad is right there and still having no idea who he is. I'm getting my memory back. Until then, she can just wait." Ash touched the back of my arm, a silent, approving gesture, and Grimalkin stared at me as if I'd grown 3 heads. "Defying Leonanshi. I had no idea it was going to be so interesting," he purred, narrowing his eyes. "Very well, human. I will accompany you, if only to see the Exile Queen's face when you tell her the reason she had to wait." That sounded faintly ominous, but I didn't care. Leonanshi had a lot to answer for, and I would get those answers. But first, I needed to know what I was asking about. The museum doors were still locked as I eased my way inside, followed by Ash and a continuously purring Grimalkin, who disappeared as soon as he slipped through the door. He didn't creep away or hide in the shadows, he simply vanished from sight. It didn't surprise me in the least. I was used to it by now. A withered figure waited for us near the back, leaning against a glass counter, turning a skull over in her hands. She bared her needle-like teeth in a smile as I approached, raking her nails along the skull's naked cheekbones.
"You have it,"
she whispered, her hollow gaze fastened on me.
"I can smell it from here. Show it to me, human. What have you brought old Anna?"
I pulled the ring from my pocket and held it up, where it glimmered in the musty darkness like a firefly. The oracle's smile grew wider.
Ah, yes. The doomed lovers, separated by age and time, and the hope that kept them alive, futile though it was in the end.
She coughed a laugh, a wisp of dust billowing from her mouth into the air.
Went to the graveyard, did you? How brazen. No wonder I keep seeing a dog in your future. You did not, by chance, get the mate of this ring, did you?
No.
Ah, well.
She held out a withered hand, like a bird opening its talons.
I guess I shall have to be content with the one. Now, Meghan Chase, give me the token.
You promised, I reminded her, taking one step forward. The token for my memory. I want it all back.
Of course, child.
The oracle seemed annoyed.
I will relinquish the memory of your father, the memory you freely gave up, may I add, in exchange for the token. As our bargain dictates, so shall it be done.
She flexed her claws impatiently.
Now, please, hand it over.
I hesitated a moment more, then dropped the ring into her palm. Her fingers closed with such speed that I took a step back. The oracle sighed, holding the ring to her sunken chest.
Such longing, she mused, as if in a daze. Such emotion. I remember. Before I gave them all away, I remember how it felt to feel.
She sniffed, coming out of her trance, and floated back behind the counter, her voice suddenly brittle and sour.
I don't see how you mortals do it, these feelings you must endure. They will ruin you in the end. Isn't that right, Prince?
I started, but Ash didn't seem surprised.
It's worth it,
he said quietly.
Yes, you tell yourself that now.
The oracle slipped the ring over a talon and held up her hand, admiring it.
But see how you feel a few decades from now, when the girl has grown withered and weak, slipping farther from you with each passing day, and you are as ageless as time. Or perhaps...
She turned to me now.
Your beloved prince will find the mortal realm is too much for him to stay, to be, and he will fade into nothingness. One day, you will wake up, and he will simply be gone, only a memory, and you will never find love again, because how can a mere mortal compete with their fair folk?
The oracle hissed, lips curled into a sneer.
Then you will wish you were empty inside, like me.
Ash remained calm, expressionless, but I felt a stab of fear twist my stomach. Is this what you see? I whispered, a band tightening around my heart. Our future?
Flashes,
the oracle said, waving her hand dismissively.
The far future is a constantly changing wave, always in motion, never certain. The story changes with every breath. Every decision we make sends it down another path, but...
She narrowed her hollow eyes at me.
There is one constant in your future, child, and that is pain. Pain and emptiness. For your friends, the ones you hold dearest to your heart, are nowhere to be seen.
The band around my chest squeezed tight. The oracle smiled, a bitter, empty smile, and broke eye contact.
But perhaps you will change all that, she mused,
gesturing to something I couldn't see behind the counter. "Perhaps you will find a happy ending to this tale, one that I have not seen. After all," she held up a long finger, where the ring glimmered brightly against the gloom. "Without hope, where would we be now?" She cackled and held out her hand. A small glass globe floated up from behind the counter, hovering in the air before it came to rest in the oracle's palm. Her nails curled over it, and she beckoned me with her other hand. "Here is what you seek," she rasped, dropping the globe into my hand. I blinked in surprise. The glass felt as light and delicate as a bubble resting in my palm, as if I could crush it just by flexing my fingers. "When you are ready, simply shatter the globe, and your memory will be released. Now," she continued, drawing back, "I believe that is everything you need, Meghan Chase. When I see you again, no matter what you choose, you will not be the same."
"What do you mean by that?" The oracle smiled. A breath of wind stirred the room, and she dissolved into a swirling cyclone of dust, sweeping through the air and stinging my eyes and throat. Coughing, I turned away, and when I was able to look up again, she was gone. Trembling, I looked down at the globe in my hand. In the flickering faery light, I could see faint outlines in the reflective surface, images sliding across the glass, reflections of things not there.
"Well?" came Grimalkin's voice, as the cat appeared on another counter amid several jars containing dead snakes and amber liquid. "Are you going to smash it or not?"
"Are you sure it'll come back to me?" I asked, watching a man's face slide across the glass, followed by a girl on a bike. More images rippled like mirages, too brief and distorted to recognize. "The oracle just told me they'd be released. She didn't specifically say that they would come back. If I break this now, my memory won't dissolve into thin air or get soaked up by some hidden faery memory soaker, will it?" Grimalkin sneezed, echoing Ash's quiet chuckle in the corner. "You've been around us too long," Ash murmured, and I thought I heard a trace of sadness in his voice. I didn't know if he meant I was being too suspicious, looking for loopholes in a faery bargain, or that he thought that was exactly what I should be doing. Grimalkin snorted, giving me a disdainful look. "Not all fae seek to deceive you, human," he said in a bored voice. "As far as I could tell, the oracle's offer was genuine." He sniffed and thumped his tail against the counter. "Had she wanted to entrap you, she would have wrapped so many riddles around the offer that you would never have a chance of untangling the true meaning." I looked at Ash, and he nodded. "Okay, then," I said, taking a deep breath. I raised the globe above my head. "Here goes nothing," and I flung it to the floor with all my might. The fragile glass shattered against the carpet with an almost musical chime, shards spiraling up to become fragments of light that spun around the room. They merged and coalesced into 1,000 images, fluttering through the air like frantic doves. As I watched, breathless, they swirled together and descended like a flock of birds in a horror movie. I was bombarded by an endless stream of images and emotions, all trying to rip into my head at once. I put my hands to my face, trying to block them out, but it didn't help. The visions kept coming, flitting through my head like a strobe light, of a man with lank brown hair, long gentle fingers, and eyes that were always smiling. The images were all of him. Him pushing me on the park swing, holding my first bike steady as I wobbled down the sidewalk, sitting at our old piano, his long fingers flying over the keys as I sat on the couch and watched him play.
walking into a tiny green pond, the water closing over his head as I screamed and screamed until the police arrived. When it was over, I was kneeling on the floor with Ash's arms around me, holding me to his chest. I was panting, my hands clenched in his shirt, and his body was rigid against mine. My head felt too full, throbbing like it was about to explode, ready to burst open at the seams. But I remembered everything. I remembered the man who'd looked after me for 6 years, who'd raised me, thinking I was his only daughter, not knowing my real heritage. Oberon had called him a stranger. But to hell with that. As far as I was concerned, Paul was my father in everything but blood. Oberon might be my biological dad, but he was never around. He was a stranger who had no interest in my life, who called me daughter, but didn't know me at all. The man who'd read me bedtime stories in a sing-song voice, put unicorn bandages on my scraped elbows, and held me on his knee while he played the piano. He was my real dad, and I'd always think of him as such. "You okay?" Ash's cool breath tickled my cheek. I nodded and pulled myself upright. My head still hurt, and there would be many long hours trying to sort out the torrent of images and emotions, but I finally knew what I had to do. "All right, Grim," I said, looking up with a new resolve. "I have what I came for. Now I'm ready to see Leon and she." But there was no answer. Grimalkin had disappeared. Chapter 4. Glitch's Resistance. "Grimalkin?" I called again, looking around the room. "Where are you?" Nothing. This was a bad sign. Grimalkin often disappeared when there was trouble, with no explanation and no warning for the rest of us. Of course, sometimes he disappeared just because he felt like it, so there was no telling what was going on, really. "Megan," Ash said, looking out the window with narrowed eyes, "I think you'd better see this." A figure stood in the road outside the museum. Not human, I could tell that much. Though he wore ripped jeans and a studded leather jacket, the sharp, angular face and pointed ears gave him away. That and his wild black hair, spiked up like a punk rocker, had neon threads of lightning flickering between the strands, reminding me of those plasma globes found in novelty stores. From his stance, it was obvious he was waiting for us. "An iron faery," Ash muttered, dropping his hand to his sword. "Do you want me to kill it?" "No," I said, laying a hand on his arm. "He knows we're here. If he was going to attack us, he would have done it by now. Let's see what he wants first." "I would advise against that." Ash glowered at me, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. "Remember that the false king is still after you. You can't trust the Iron Fae, especially now. Why would you want to speak with this one? The Iron Kingdom and everything in it are your enemies." "Iron Horse wasn't." Ash sighed and took his hand off the sword hilt. "As you wish," he murmured, bowing his head. "I don't like it, but let's see what the Iron Faery wants. Though if he makes any threatening move at all, I will cut him down faster than he can blink." We slipped out of the doors into the humid night, crossing the road to where the Iron Faery waited for us. "Oh, good." The Iron Fae smiled as we walked up, a cocky, self-confident grin, much like a certain redhead I knew. "You didn't run. I was afraid I'd have to chase you through the city streets before we could talk." I scowled at him. Up close, he looked younger, almost my age, though I knew that meant nothing. The Fae were ageless. He could have been centuries old for all I knew. But despite that, and despite his obvious Fae beauty, he looked like nothing more than a 17-year-old punk kid. "Well," I said, crossing my arms, "here I am. Who are you, and what do you want?" "Brief and to the point. I like that," the Faery smirked. I didn't return his smile, and he rolled his eyes, which were a shimmering violet, I noticed.
Fine. Allow me to introduce myself, then. My name is Glitch.
Glitch? I furrowed my brow, looking at Ash. That sounds familiar. Where have I heard that name before?
I'm sure you've heard it before, Meghan Chase,
Glitch said, and the grin on his face stretched wider, showing teeth.
I was King Machina's first lieutenant.
Ash drew his sword in a flash of blue light, filling the air with cold. Glitch's eyebrows shot up, but he didn't move, even as the tip of the sword hovered inches from his chest.
You could hear me out instead of jumping to conclusions, he offered.
Ash, I said softly, and Ash backed off a step, not sheathing his sword but not aiming it at Glitch's heart anymore either. What do you want with me? I asked, holding his gaze. Do you serve the false king now, or did you just come by for introductions?
I'm here,
Glitch said,
because I want the false king stopped as much as you do. In case you haven't heard, Princess, the war with Iron isn't going so well. Oberon and Mab have united to stop the false king, but their armies are slowly being crushed. The wildwood grows smaller every day, as more and more territory is absorbed into the Iron Kingdom, expanding the false king's realm. He needs only one more thing to be completely unstoppable.
Me, I whispered. It wasn't a question. Glitch nodded.
He needs Machina's power, and then his claim to the throne will be irrefutable. If he can kill you and take that power for himself, it will be over.
How does he know I have it? I'm not even sure myself.
You killed Machina.
Glitch looked at me soberly, all cockiness gone.
The power of the Iron King passes to the one who defeats him. At least that's how I understand it. That's why the false king's claim to the throne is a sham. That's why he wants you so badly.
He grinned then, evil and mischievous.
Thankfully, we're making it a bit difficult for him, both in the war effort and now with you.
Who's we? Glitch sobered.
Iron Horse was a friend of mine,
he murmured, and I felt a sharp pang at the mention of the noble faery.
He was the first to denounce the false king, and after him, more followed his example. We're few in number, and we've been reduced to guerrilla tactics against the false king's army, but we do what we can.
You're the resistance the spider hags were talking about.
Spider hags?
Glitch looked confused.
Ah, you must mean the king's assassins. Yep, that's us. Though, like I said, we're too small to really strike a blow against the false king. But we can do one very important thing that will keep him off the throne forever.
And what's that? Glitch gave me an apologetic smile and snapped his fingers. Movement all around us as dozens of iron fae melted out of the shadows. I felt the cold pulse of iron glamour, gray and flat and colorless, as they surrounded us in a bristly ring. I saw dwarves with mechanical arms, and elves with huge black eyes, numbers scrolling across their pupils like glowing green ants. I saw dogs with bodies made of ticking clockwork, green-skinned fae with computer wires for hair, and many more. All of them had weapons, blades of iron, metal bats and chains, steely fangs or talons, all deadly to regular fae. Ash pressed close to me, his face grim, muscles coiled tight as he raised his sword. I spun and glared at Glitch.
So, this is your plan?
I snapped, gesturing to the ring around us. You want to kidnap me? That's your answer to stopping the false king.
You have to understand, Princess.
Glitch shrugged as he backed away from me, into the circle of fae.
This is for your own safety. We cannot allow you to fall into the false king's hands, or he'll win, and everything will be lost. We have to keep you hidden and safe. Nothing else matters now. Please, come quietly.
You know there's too many of us to fight. Even the Winter Prince cannot defeat this many."
"Really?"
called a new voice somewhere behind and above us all.
"Well, if that's the case, why don't we level the field a bit?"
I whirled around, gazing up toward the rooftops, my heart leaping in my chest. Silhouetted against the moon, with his arms crossed and his red hair tousled by the wind, a familiar face grinned down at us, shaking his head.
"You,"
Puck said, locking eyes with me,
"are extremely difficult to track down, Princess. Good thing Grimalkin came and found me. As usual, it looks like I have to rescue you and Iceboy from something. Again. This is starting to become a habit."
Ash rolled his eyes, though his attention didn't leave the fae surrounding us.
"Stop yapping and get down here, good fellow." "Good fellow?"
Glitch stared at Puck nervously.
"Robin, good fellow?" "Oh, look at that! He's heard of me. My fame grows."
Puck snorted and leaped off the roof. In mid-air, he became a giant raven who swooped toward us with a raucous cry before dropping into the circle as Puck in an explosion of feathers.
Ta-da!
The rebels backed off a step, though Glitch held his ground.
"There's still only 3 of you,"
he said firmly.
"Not enough to fight us all. Princess, please, we only want to protect you. This doesn't have to end in violence."
"I don't need your protection," I said. "As you can see, I have more than enough."
"Besides,"
Puck said, grinning his evil grin,
"who says I came alone?" "You did,"
called another Puck from the rooftop he just left. Glitch's eyes bugged as the second Puck grinned down at him.
"No, he didn't,"
said a third Puck from the opposite roof.
"Well, I'm sure they know what he meant,"
said yet another Puck, sitting atop a street lamp.
"In any case, here we are."
"This is a trick," Glitch muttered, as the rebels shot nervous glances at 3 Pucks who waved back cheerfully.
"Those aren't real bodies. You're screwing with our heads."
Puck snickered.
"Well, if that's what you think, you're welcome to try something."
"It won't end well for you either way," Ash broke in.
"Even if you manage to beat us, we'll make sure to decimate your little band of rebels before we fall. Count on it."
"Get out of here, Glitch," I said quietly. "We're not going anywhere with you or your friends. I'm not going to hide from the false king and do nothing."
"That,"
Glitch said, narrowing his eyes,
"is exactly what I'm afraid of."
But he turned and signaled his forces to back off, and the Iron Fae melted into the shadows again.
"We'll be watching you, Princess,"
he warned before he, too, turned and disappeared into the night. Heart racing, I turned to see Puck staring at me, lopsided smirk firmly in place. Tall and gangly, he looked the same as always, eager for trouble, forever ready with a sarcastic quip or witty comeback. But I saw the flicker of pain in his eyes, a glint of anger he couldn't quite conceal, and it made my gut clench.
"Hey, Princess."
"Hey," I whispered, as Ash slipped his arms around my waist from behind, drawing me close. I could feel his glare aimed at Puck over my head, a silent, protective gesture that spoke louder than any words. Mine. Back off. Puck ignored him, gazing solely at me. In the shadow of his gaze, I remembered our last meeting and the ill-fated decision that brought us here.
"Meghan Chase!"
Oberon's voice cracked like a whip, and a roar of thunder shook the ground. The Earl King's voice was ominously quiet, eyes glowing amber through the gently falling snow.
"The laws of our people are absolute,"
Oberon warned.
"Summer and winter share many things, but love is not one of them. If you make this choice, daughter, the Trods will never open for you again."
"Meghan." Puck stepped forward, pleading. "Don't do this. I can't follow you this time. Stay here. With me." "I can't," I whispered. "I'm sorry, Puck. I do love you, but I have to do this." His face clouded with pain, and he turned away. Guilt stabbed at me. But in the end, the choice had always been clear. "I'm sorry," I whispered again, and followed Ash through the portal, leaving faery behind me forever. The memory burned like bile in my stomach, and I closed my eyes, wishing it didn't have to be this way. I loved Puck like a brother and a best friend. And yet, during a very dark period when I was confused and lonely and hurt, my affection for him had led me to do something stupid, something I shouldn't have done. I knew he loved me, and the fact that I'd taken advantage of his feelings made me disgusted with myself. I wished I knew how to fix it, but the barely concealed pain in Puck's eyes told me no amount of words would make it better. Finally, I found my voice. "What are you doing here?" I whispered, suddenly grateful for Ash's arms around me, a barrier between me and Puck. Puck shrugged and rolled his eyes. "It's obvious, isn't it?" he replied, sounding a bit sharper than normal. "After you and Iceboy got yourselves exiled, I was worried that the Iron Fae were still looking for you, so I came to find out. Good thing I did, too. So who is this newest Iron Fae you pissed off? Glitch, was it? Machina's first lieutenant. You sure know how to pick 'em, princess." Later, Grimalkin appeared from a shadow, bottle-brush tail waving in the wind. "Human, your attempted kidnapping has set off a riot among the New Orleans Fae," he announced, his golden eyes boring into me. "We should get moving before anything else happens. The Iron Fae are coming for you, and I have no wish to do this entire little rescue again. Talk when we get to Leonenshees. Let us go." He trotted down the street with his tail held high, pausing once to peer at us from the edge of an alley, eyes glowing in the darkness before slipping into the black. I slid out of Ash's embrace and took a step toward Puck, hoping we could talk. I missed him. He was my best friend, and I wanted it to be like it was before, the three of us taking on the world. But as soon as I moved, Puck slid away, as if being near me was too uncomfortable to bear. In 3 long strides he reached the mouth of the alley, then turned to grin at us, red hair gleaming under the street lamps. "Well, lovebirds, you coming or not? I can't wait to see the look on Leia's face when you both come strolling in." His eyes glinted and his grin turned faintly savage. "You know, I heard she does horrid things to those who annoy her. Here's hoping she won't rip out your guts and use them for harp strings, Prince." Snickering, he waggled his eyebrows at us and turned away, following Grimalkin into the shadows. I sighed. "He hates me." Ash grunted. "No, I think that particular sentiment is reserved for me alone," he said in an amused voice. When I didn't answer, he motioned us forward, and we crossed the street together, coming to the mouth of the alley. "Goodfellow doesn't hate you," he continued as the shadows loomed dark and menacing beyond the street lamps. "He's angry, but I think it's more at himself. After all, he had 16 years to make his move. It's no one's fault but his own that I beat him to it." "So it's a competition now, huh?" "If you want to call it that." I had started to follow Puck and Grimalkin into the corridor, but he caught my waist and drew me close, sliding one hand up my back while the other framed my face. "I've already lost one girl to him," Ash murmured, tangling his fingers in my hair. Though his voice was light, an old pain flickered across his face and vanished. "I won't lose another." His forehead bumped softly against mine, his brilliant silver gaze searing into me. "I plan to keep you from everyone, for as long as I'm alive. That includes Puck, the false king, and anyone else who would take you away." One corner of his mouth quirked, as I struggled to catch my breath under his powerful scrutiny. "I guess I should have warned you that I have a slight possessive streak." "I didn't notice," I whispered, trying to keep my voice light and sarcastic, but it came out rather breathy. "It's all right. I'm not giving you up either." His eyes turned very soft, and he lowered his head, brushing his lips to mine. I laced my hands behind his neck and closed my eyes, breathing in his scent, forgetting everything, if only for a moment. "Oi, lovebirds!" Puck's voice shattered the quiet, bouncing through the darkness. Ash pulled back with a rueful look. "Get a room, would ya? We've got better things to do than watch you suck face." "Indeed." Grimalkin's voice echoed Puck's irritation, and I winced. Now even the cat was agreeing with Puck. "Hurry up, or we shall leave you behind." We followed Grimalkin through the city, down an unusually long, curving alleyway that turned pitch black, and suddenly we were back in a familiar dungeon-like basement, with torches set into the walls and leering gargoyles curled around stone pillars. Grimalkin set a brisk pace down several hallways, where torchlight flickered erratically, and unseen things growled and scurried about in the darkness. I remembered the first time we came here, the first time we'd met Leon and she. Back then there were more of us. Me, Puck, Grim, Iron Horse, and 3 half-breeds named Kimmy, Nelson, and Warren. We were a much smaller group now. Iron Horse was gone, as were Kimmy and Nelson, all victims of Machina's cruel Lieutenant Virus. Warren was a traitor, working for the false king. I wondered who else I would lose before this was over, if everyone around me was destined to die. I remembered the Oracle's grim prophecy about how I would end up all alone, and fought down my apprehension. Ash's fingers curled around mine and squeezed. He didn't say anything, but I clung to his hand like a lifeline, as if he could vanish at any moment. We followed Grimalkin up a long flight of stairs to Leon and she's magnificent foyer, with the double grand staircases sweeping toward the roof, the walls covered with famous paintings and art. Instinctively, my eyes were drawn to the baby grand piano in the corner of the room, where I'd first seen my father, sitting at that bench, hunched over the keys, and hadn't even known him. The baby grand was empty, but the plush black sofa near the roaring fireplace was not. Reclining against the cushions, one slender hand gripping a sparkling wine flute, was Leon and she, Queen of the Exiles. Darlings. Pale, tall, and beautiful, Leon and she smiled at us with lips as red as blood, bright copper hair rippling through the air as if it weighed nothing at all. She rose with liquid grace, her ebony gown swirling around her feet, and absently handed her wine glass to a waiting satyr, trading it for a cigarette flute. With the end trailing sapphire blue smoke, she approached us with the grin of a hungry tiger. "Megan, my pet, how good of you to drop by. When you didn't return from the last mission, I thought the worst, darling. But I see you made it out after all." Her cold blue gaze flicked to Ash, and she raised a slender eyebrow. "And with the Winter Prince in tow. How—" She tapped her nails together, pursing her lips. "Tenacious." Her gaze narrowed, and a ripple of power shivered through the air, making the lights flicker as Leon and she turned on Ash. "The last I saw of you, Your Highness, you were threatening to slaughter the girl's family. Be forewarned, darling. I don't care if you are Mab's favorite son. If you threaten any in this house, I will rip your guts out through your nose and string my harps with them." "I'd love to see that personally," Puck muttered, smirking. I shot him a furious glare, and he stuck out his tongue at me. Ash bowed. "I've severed all ties to the Winter Court," he said evenly, facing the exile queen's glare. I'm no longer your highness, just an exile like Meghan. And yourself. I mean no harm to you or anyone within your house.
Leonanshi gave him a tight smile.
Just remember who the queen is around here, darling.
With a nod to the rest of my companions, she motioned us to the couches.
Sit, darlings, sit, she said in a voice that held an only thinly veiled threat. I am afraid we have a lot to discuss.
I took a calming breath as I sank into the velvet cushions, feeling very small as the couch tried to swallow me whole. Ash chose to stand, looming behind me, while Puck and Grim perched on the arms. Leonanshi sank gracefully into the opposite chair, crossing her long legs and staring at me over her cigarette. I thought of my dad, and anger burned, hot and furious. I had so much to ask her, so many questions, I didn't know where to start. Ash put a warning hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently. No good would come of pissing off the exile queen, especially since she had the morbid habit of turning people into harps, cellos, or violins when they annoyed her. I had to proceed cautiously. So, darling... Leonanshi took a drag off her cigarette and blew a smoke fish at me. You've been banished from the Never Never in a most spectacular show of defiance, I've heard. What are you planning to do now? Why do you care? I asked her, trying to keep my emotions in check. We returned the scepter and stopped the war between the courts. What do you care what we do now?
Leonanshi's eyes glittered, and her cigarette bobbed in annoyance. Because, darling, there are disturbing rumors circulating the streets. Strange weather is plaguing the mortal world. Summer and winter are losing ground to the Iron Realm, and there is a new faction of Iron Fae that have popped up recently looking for you. Also, Leonanshi leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. There are stories about a half-breed princess who controls both summer magic and iron glamour, that she has the power to rule both courts, and she is raising an army of her own, an army of exiles and iron fae, to overthrow everything.
What?
Those are the rumors, darling.
Leonanshi sat back and puffed out a swarm of butterflies. They flittered around me, smelling of smoke and cloves, before writhing into nothingness.
So, you can see why I would be concerned, pet. I wanted to see the truth for myself. But that's...
I sputtered for words, feeling Ash's gaze on the back of my head and Puck's curious stare. Only Grimalkin, washing his tail on the armrest, seemed unconcerned.
Of course I'm not raising an army, I burst out at last. That's ridiculous. I have no intention of overthrowing anything.
Leonanshi gave me an unreadable look.
And the other claims, darling, about the princess using both summer and iron glamour, are those fabricated as well?
I chewed my lip. No, they're real. She nodded slowly.
Like it or not, Dove, you've become a major player in this war. You're balanced on the edge of everything, faery and mortal, summer and iron, the old ways and the march of progress. Which way will you fall? Which side will you choose? You'll forgive me if I'm not a little concerned with your affairs and state of mind, darling. What are your plans, exactly, for the future?
I don't know.
I buried my face in my hands. I just wanted a normal life. I wanted to go home. I sat up, looking her straight in the eye. I want my father back. I want to know why you stole him from me 11 years ago."
Silence fell. I could feel the tension mount as Leonanshi stared at me, her cigarette flute halfway to her mouth, trailing blue smoke. Ash gripped my shoulders, tense and ready to spring into action if needed. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that Grimalkin had disappeared, and Puck was frozen on the edge of the couch. For a few heartbeats, nobody moved. Then, Leonanshi threw back her head and laughed, making me jump. The lights flickered once, went out, and returned as the Queen of the Exiles swung her gaze down to me. "Stole?" Leonanshi sat back and crossed her long legs. "Stole? I'm quite certain you mean saved, don't you, pet?" I blinked at her. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, so you haven't heard this story? Puck, darling, shame on you. You never told her." I glanced sharply at Puck. He fidgeted on the armrest, not meeting my gaze, and I felt my stomach sink all the way down to my toes. No, not you, Puck. I've known you forever. Tell me you had nothing to do with this." Leonanshi laughed again. "Well, this is an unexpected drama. How fabulous! I must set the stage." She clapped, and the lights abruptly went out, save for a single spotlight over the piano. "Leia, don't!" Puck's voice surprised me. Low, rough, and almost desperate. My stomach sank even lower. "Not this way. Let me explain it to her." Leonanshi turned a remorseless gaze on Puck and shook her head. "No, darling. I think it's time the girl knew the truth. You had plenty of time to tell her, so this is no fault but your own." She waved her hand, and music started. Dark, ominous piano chords, though no one sat at the bench. Another spotlight clicked on, this time over Leonanshi as she rose in a billowing of cloth and hair. Standing tall, her hands raised as if embracing an audience, the dark muse closed her eyes and began to speak. "Once upon a time, there were two mortals." Her musical voice shivered into my head, and I saw the images as clearly as if I was watching a movie. I saw my mom, younger, smiling, carefree, holding hands with a tall, lanky man whom I'd recognized now. Paul, my dad. They were talking and laughing, obviously in love, and oblivious to the world. A lump rose in my throat. "In mortal eyes," Leonanshi continued, "they were unremarkable, two souls in a throng of identical humans, but to the faery world they were fountains of glamour, beacons of light in the darkness. An artist whose paintings almost sang with a life of their own, and a musician whose soul was intertwined in his music. Their love only heightened their talents." "Wait," I blurted, interrupting the flow of the story. Leonanshi blinked and dropped her hands, and the stream of images stumbled to a halt. "I think you have it wrong. My dad wasn't a great musician. He was an insurance salesman. I mean, I know he played the piano, but if he was so good, why didn't he do anything with it?" "Who is telling the story here, pet?" the exile queen bristled, and the lights flickered again. "Don't you know the term starving artist? Your father was very gifted, but music did not pay the bills. Now, do you want to hear this story or not, pet?" "Sorry," I mumbled, sinking back in the couch. "Go on, please." Leonanshi sniffed, flipping back her hair, and the vision started again as she continued. "They got married, and, as humans do, began to drift apart. The man took a new job, one that required him to leave home for long periods of time. His music dwindled and soon ceased altogether. His wife continued to paint, less frequently than before, but now her art was filled with longing, a yearning for something more. And perhaps that was what drew the eye of the Summer King. I bit my lip. I'd heard this story before, from Oberon himself, but it didn't make it any easier. Ash squeezed my shoulder. Not long after, a child was born, a child of two worlds, half faery and half mortal. During that time there was much speculation in the summer court, wondering if the child should be taken into faery and raised as Oberon's daughter, or if she was to stay in the human world with her mortal parents. Unfortunately, before a decision could be made, the family fled with the child, spiriting her far away and out of Oberon's reach. To this day, no one knows how they accomplished this, though there was a rumor that the girl's mother somehow found a way to hide them all, that perhaps she was not as blind to faery as she first appeared. Ironically, it was the humans' music that gave them away again, when the father of the girl began composing again. 6 years after they fled from the courts, Queen Titania discovered the location of the child's family and was determined to take her revenge. She could not kill the girl and risk Oberon's wrath, nor did she dare strike at the mother, the human who caught the eye of the Summer King. But the girl's mortal father had no such protection.
So Titania took my dad? I had to interrupt, though I knew it would probably piss Leon and she off again. She glowered at me, but I was too frustrated to care. But that doesn't make sense. How'd he end up with you? Leon and she gave a dramatic sigh and picked up her cigarette holder, sucking on it with pursed lips. I was just getting to the climax, darling, she sighed, blowing out a blue panther that bounded over my head. You're probably a horror to take to the movies, aren't you? No more stories, I said, standing up. Please, just tell me, did Titania steal my father or not?
No, darling. Leon and she rolled her eyes. I stole your father. I gaped at her. You did?
Why? Just so Titania couldn't?
Exactly, Dove. I'm not particularly fond of the summer bitch, pardon my French, since the jealous shrew was responsible for my exile. And you should be grateful it was I instead of Titania who took your father. He doesn't have a bad life here. The Summer Queen probably would have turned him into a toad, a rosebush, or something similar.
How did you even know about it? Why did you get involved?
Ask Puck, Leon and she said, waving her cigarette flute toward the end of the couch. He was your appointed guardian at the time. He was the one who told me all about it. I felt like someone punched me in the stomach. Incredulous, I turned to Puck, who was studiously studying the corner, and felt breathless.
Puck? You told her about my dad?
He winced and looked at me, scrubbing the back of his head.
You don't understand, Princess. When I got wind of Titania's plans, I had to do something. Oberon didn't care. He wouldn't have sent any help. Leia was the only one I could ask.
He shrugged and offered a meek, apologetic grin. I can't take on the Queen of the Seelie Court, Princess. That would be suicide, even for me. I took a deep breath to clear my thoughts, but my mood veered sharply to anger. Puck had known. He'd known all along where my dad was. All those years of being my best friend, of pretending to be my best friend.
watching me struggle with the pain of losing a father, the nightmares that followed, the confusion and isolation and loneliness, and he'd known all along. Rage flared, tinting my vision red, as 11 years of grief, confusion, and anger flooded in all at once. "Why didn't you tell me?" I burst out, making Puck flinch again. Clenching my fists, I stalked over to where he sat. Glamour flicked around me, hot and furious. "All that time, all those years of knowing, and you never said anything. How could you? You were supposed to be my friend." "Princess," Puck began, but fury overwhelmed me, and I slapped him across the face as hard as I could, knocking him off the armrest. He sprawled on the floor in shock, and I loomed over him, shaking with hate and tears. "You took my dad from me!" I screamed, fighting the urge to kick him in the ribs repeatedly. "It was you all along!" Ash grabbed me from behind, holding me back. I shook for a moment, then turned and buried my face in his chest, gasping for air as my tears stained his shirt. So, now I knew the truth, but took no pleasure from it. What do you say when your best friend has been lying to you for 11 years? I didn't know how I could look at Puck again without wanting to punch him in the face. I did know this, however. The longer my dad remained here in the between, the more he would forget the real world. I couldn't let him stay with Leon and she. I had to get him out. Today. When I looked up again, Puck was gone, but Leon and she remained, watching me from the sofa with narrowed blue eyes. "So, darling," she murmured as I stepped away from Ash, wiping my cheeks with my sleeve. "What will you do now?" I took a deep breath and faced Leon and she with the last of my remaining calm. "I want you to let my dad go," I said, watching her arc one slender eyebrow. "He doesn't belong here, with you. Let me take him back to the real world." Leon and she regarded me with a blank expression. No emotion showed in her eyes or face as she puffed her cigarette and blew a coiling viper into the air. "Darling, you know your mother will likely freak out if you show up one night with her long-lost husband. Do you think she will just take him back and things will go back to normal? It doesn't work that way, Dove. You will likely tear your little human family apart." "I know." I swallowed a fresh batch of tears, but they still clogged my throat, making it hard to talk without crying. "I don't plan to take him home. Mom has Luke and Ethan now. I know we can't be that family again. Ever." Tears spilled over as soon as I said the words out loud. It had been a fantasy, yes, but it still hurt to see it crushed, knowing the family I lost back then was gone forever. "Then what do you want with him, Dove?" "I want him to be normal, just to have a normal life again." I threw my hands up in frustrated despair. "I don't want him to be crazy. I don't want him to wander around here forever, not knowing who he is or anything about his past. I want to talk to him like a regular person and see if he remembers me." Ash moved closer and touched my back, just to reassure me he was still there. I glanced at him and smiled. "I want him to move on," I finished, looking Leon and she in the eyes. "And he won't be able to do that here. Not aging, not remembering anything of who he is. You have to let him go." "Do I now?" Leon and she smiled humorously, a dangerous edge to her voice. "And just how do you expect to convince me, darling? I'm rather loath to give up any of my pets, relative of yours or not. So, my dove, what do you have to offer for your father's freedom?" I steeled myself. Now came the most dangerous part, the bargaining. I could only imagine what the dark muse might want from me.
My voice, my youth, my firstborn child were all things she could ask for. But before I could say a word, Ash took my elbow and pressed something into my palm. Curious, I held up my hand. A small gold ring flickered in my palm, surrounded by a gently swirling aura of blue and green. It looked exactly like the one we'd taken from the tomb. I glanced at Ash sharply, and he winked at me. "Remember when the oracle asked if you had the ring's mate?" he whispered, his breath tickling my ear. At least one of us was thinking ahead. "Well, darling," Leon and she called before I could reply. "What are you two whispering about? Does it have anything to do with what you're going to trade for your father?" I gave Ash a brilliant smile and turned to Leon and she again. "Yes," I murmured, and raised the token so that it gleamed under the lights. Leon and she sat straight up in her chair. "I can give you this." The brief, eager flash in the Queen's eyes told me we had won. "A token, darling." Leon and she leaned back again, feigning nonchalance. "That might be sufficient. For now, anyway. I suppose I can trade your father for that." I was weak with relief, but Ash stepped forward, closing his hand over the ring and my fingers. "That's not enough," he said, and I gaped at him in disbelief. "You know the Iron Fae are looking for Meghan. We can't just wander around the mortal world without a plan. We need a place that will be secure from the False King's minions." "Ash, what are you doing?" I hissed under my breath. He gave me a sideways glance and mouthed, "Trust me." Leon and she pursed her lips. "You two are pressing the boundaries of my patience." She drummed her nails on the armrest and sighed. "Oh, very well, darlings. I have a quaint little hideaway that I can lend you for the time being. It's out in the middle of nowhere and fairly safe. I've got a few of the local trows keeping an eye on it. Will that be good enough for you, Dove?" I looked at Ash and he nodded. "All right," I told Leon and she, putting the token on an end table where it glimmered like a stray firefly. "You have a deal. Now, where's my dad?" Leon and she smiled. Rising gracefully, she floated over to the baby grand in the corner and sat at the bench, running her fingers over the keys. "Right here, darling. After you left, I'm afraid your father became inconsolable. He kept trying to leave the manor, so I'm afraid I had to put an end to those silly notions of escape." Chapter 5. The Hidden Sanctuary. "Change him back!" I cried, horror pinning my feet to the carpet. "Oh, don't fret, darling." Leon and she stroked a nail over the keys, releasing a mournful, shivery note. "It's not permanent. However, you will have to take him out of the between to change him back. The spell dictates that as long as he stays here, he remains as he is. But look at it this way, darling. At least I didn't turn him into a pipe organ." "Now," she said, rising with a cat-like stretch, oblivious to my horrified stare. "I simply insist you join me for dinner, darlings. Cook is making hippocampus soup tonight, and I'm dying to hear how you got the scepter back from Virus, and of course your little declaration in front of Mab and Oberon and the entirety of the courts." She wrinkled her nose in an almost affectionate manner. "Ah, young love, it must be wonderful to be so naive." "What about my dad?" "Pish, darling, he's not going anywhere." Leon and she waved her hand airily. If she saw me bristle, she didn't comment on it. Ash put a hand on my arm before I could explode. "Now, Come with me, Dove. Dinner first, maybe a little gossip, and then you can run off if you like. I believe Puck and Grimalkin are already in the dining hall."
Anger flared again at the mention of Puck. Bastard, I thought, following Leonanchi down her many red-carpeted hallways, only half listening to her chatter. I'll never forgive him. Never. Not telling me about my dad was unforgivable. He's gone too far this time. Puck wasn't in the dining room with Grimalkin when we came in, which was a good thing because I would have spent the whole evening shooting him poisonous glares over my bowl. Instead, I ate an extremely fishy soup that turned everything weird swirly colors with every swallow, answered Leonanchi's questions as to what happened with Virus and the scepter, and eventually came to the part where Ash and I were banished from the Never Never.
"And what happened then, Dove?"
Leonanchi prodded when I told her how I'd given the scepter back to Mab. I hesitated, embarrassed, and snuck a peek at Ash. He sat in his chair, fingers laced under his chin, pretending no interest in the conversation. "Didn't Grimalkin tell you?"
"He did, darling, but I much prefer to hear it firsthand. I'm about to lose a very costly wager, you see, so I'd love it if you could give me a loophole."
She scowled at Grimalkin, who sat on the table, washing his paws in a very smug manner.
"It'll be simply insufferable after this, I'm afraid. Details, darling. I need details."
"Well,
Mistress."
Fortunately, I was saved a reply by the noisy arrival of Razor Dan and his redcaps. Still dressed in matching butler suits with pink bow ties, the redcaps filed into the dining room, every one of them scowling at me. Ash's eyes widened, and he quickly hid his mouth under his laced fingers, but I saw his shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Luckily, the redcaps didn't notice.
"We delivered the piano to the cabin, like you ordered,"
Razor Dan growled, the fishhook in his nose quivering indignantly.
"And we stocked it with supplies, like you asked. It's all ready for the brat and her pets."
He glared at me and bared his fangs, as if remembering our last little encounter. He had been in cahoots with Warren, the bitter half-satyr who tried to kidnap me and take me to the false king the last time I was here. Leonanchi had punished Warren. I wasn't sure how, and I didn't want to know, but spared the redcaps, saying they were only following their base instincts. Or maybe she just didn't want to lose her free slave labor. In any case, they just provided me with a much-needed distraction. I leaped from my chair, drawing surprised looks from everyone in the room. "We really should go," I said, not needing to feign my impatience. "My dad is there, right? I don't want him to be alone when he turns back from being a piano." Leonanchi snorted with amusement, and I realized how odd that sentence sounded, even to me.
"Don't worry, Dove. It will take time for the glamour to wear off, but I understand if you want to go. Just remember, my door is always open if you want to come back."
She waved her cigarette at Grimalkin, sitting on the other side of the table.
"Grim, darling, you know the way, right?"
Grimalkin yawned widely and stretched. Curling his tail around himself, he regarded the exile queen without blinking and twitched an ear.
"I believe you and I still have a wager to settle," he purred. "One that you lost, if you remember."
"You are a horrible creature, Grimalkin."
Leonanchi sighed and puffed a smoke cat into the air, then sent a smoke hound after it.
"It seems I am destined to lose bargains today. Very well, cat. You can have your bloody favor, and may you choke on it when you try to call it in."
Grimalkin purred and seemed to smile.
"This way," he told me, waving his tail as he stood. "We will have to go back through the cellar, but the trod is not far. Just be wary when we get there. Leonanchi failed to mention that this particular spot is infested with bogles."
"What about Goodfellow?" Ash said before I could ask what a bogle was.
Should he know where we're going, or are we going to leave him behind?
My stomach turned, angry and sullen. I don't care, I growled, and scanned the dining room, wondering if one of the chairs, plates, or utensils was actually Puck in disguise. He can follow us or not, but he'd better stay out of my way if he knows what's good for him. I don't want to see his face for a long time. Come on, Grim. I looked at the cat, watching us with an amused, half-lidded expression, and raised my chin. Let's get out of here. Back through the basement we went, Grimalkin in the lead, down another maze of torch-lit hallways to an old wooden door hanging crookedly from its hinges. Sunlight streamed in through the cracks, and bird-song trilled somewhere beyond the door. I pulled it open and found myself in a dense forest glen, broad-leafed trees surrounding us on every side, and a babbling stream cutting through the clearing. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, and a pair of spotted deer raised their heads to watch us, curious and unafraid. Ash stepped through the stony mound we'd exited, and the door creaked shut behind him. He took in the forest surroundings with one smooth, practiced gaze, and turned to Grimalkin.
There are several Trows watching us from the bushes. Are they going to be a problem?
Startled, I scanned the clearing, searching for the elusive Trows, which from what I understood were squat, ugly fae who lived underground. But apart from the deer, we appeared to be alone. Grimalkin yawned and scratched behind an ear.
Leon and she's groundskeepers, he said offhandedly. Nothing to worry about. If you hear feet moving around the cabin at night, it's probably them. Or the brownies.
What cabin? I asked, gazing around the clearing. I don't see a cabin.
Of course not. This way, human.
Tail up, Grimalkin trotted across the clearing, hopped the stream, and disappeared mid-jump. I sighed. Why does he always do that?
I don't think it was on purpose this time,
Ash said, and took my hand.
Come on.
We crossed the glen, passing very close to the deer, who still didn't run away, and hopped over the little stream. As soon as my feet left the ground, I felt a tingle of magic, like I was jumping through an invisible barrier. When I landed, I was no longer staring at empty forest, but an enormous 2-story lodge with a veranda that circled the entire upper deck, and smoke writhing from the chimney. The front of it stood on stilts, a good 20-something feet off the ground, and gave the front deck a fantastic view of the whole clearing. I gaped. This is her quaint little hideaway? I was thinking more along the lines of a one-room cabin with an outhouse or something.
That's Leon and she,
Ash said, sounding amused.
She could have glamored the outside to look like a run-down cabin instead of hiding the whole thing, but I don't think that's her style.
He gazed up at the looming structure and frowned.
I hear music.
My heart jumped. Piano music? My dad! We raced up the steps, taking them 2 at a time, and burst into the living room, where a cheerful fire crackled in the hearth, and the dark strains of piano music pounded from the corner. My dad sat at the piano bench, his lank brown hair falling into his eyes, his skinny shoulders hunched over the keys. Slouched a few feet away with his shoes on the coffee table and his hands behind his head was Puck. Puck caught my gaze and smirked, but I ignored him as I rushed to the piano bench. "Dad!" I had to shout to be heard over the music. "Dad, do you recognize me? It's Meghan. Meghan, your daughter. Do you remember?" He hunched even farther over the keys, pounding on them like his life depended on it. I grabbed his arm and yanked him around, forcing him to look at me. "Dad!" His hazel eyes, empty as the sky, stared right through me, and I felt an icy spear plunge into my stomach. I let him go, and he immediately went back to playing the piano, pounding the keys as I staggered back and sank into a nearby chair. "What's wrong with him?" I whispered. Grimalkin leaped up beside me.
"Remember, human, he has been in faery for a very long time. Also, until just recently, he was a musical instrument, which was probably fairly traumatic. It is to be expected that his mind is a little fractured. Give him time, and he should come out of it eventually. Should? I choked, but the cat had moved on to washing his back toes and did not reply. I hid my face in my hands, then pulled them back and glared at Puck. "What are you doing here?" I asked stonily. "Me?" Puck leered at me, smug and looking not the least bit sorry. "I'm on vacation, Princess." "Go away," I told him, rising from my seat. "Go back to Oberon and leave us alone. You've done enough damage." "He cannot go back to Oberon," Grimalkin said, leaping to the back of the couch. "Oberon exiled him when he came after you. He disobeyed the king's orders and has been banished from the Never Never." Guilt now joined the swirl of angry emotions, and I stared at Puck in disbelief. "That was stupid," I told him. "Why would you get yourself banished like that? Now you're stuck here with the rest of us." Puck's eyes gleamed, feral and menacing. "Oh, I don't know, Princess. Maybe it was because I was stupid enough to care about you. Maybe I actually thought I had a chance. Silly me thinking that one little kiss meant anything to you." "You kissed him?" Ash sounded like he was trying to hide his shock. I cringed. Things were rapidly spinning out of control. My father seemed to pick up on the tension and banged harder on the keys. I stared at Puck, torn between anger and guilt. "We're not talking about that right now," I began, but he overrode me. "Oh, I think we should," Puck interrupted, crossing his arms. I started to protest, but he raised his voice. "So tell me, Princess, when you said you loved me, was that a lie?" Ash went rigid. I could feel his eyes on me, and cursed Puck for bringing this up now. Puck was watching me too, lips curled in a smirk, enjoying my reaction. I wanted to hit him and apologize at the same time, but anger was stronger. I took a breath. Fine. If Puck wanted to force the issue now, I'd tell him the truth. "No," I said, raising my voice to be heard over the piano chords. "I didn't lie to you, Puck. I meant what I said. At least, I did back then, but it's not the same as what I feel for Ash. You knew that." "Did I?" Puck's voice was ugly. "Maybe I did, but you sure led me on a Meghan Chase, Princess, just like a pro. When were you going to tell me I didn't have a cold chance in hell?" "I don't know," I snapped, taking a step forward and clenching my fists. "When were you going to tell me about my father, Puck? When were you going to tell me you knew where he was all along?" Puck fell silent, watching me with a sullen expression. The clanging of the piano filled the room, frantic and chaotic. In the corner, Ash was motionless. He could have been made of stone. Rising from the couch, Puck swept a cruel gaze at us all and broke into a sneer. "You know, I think I will get out of here," he drawled. "It's gotten crowded of late, and I was just thinking I needed a vacation." Glancing at Ash, he smirked and shook his head. "Not enough room in this cabin for both of us, Ice Boy. You ever want that duel, you can find me in the woods. And if either one of you comes up with an actual plan, do me a favor and leave me out of it. I'm out of here." With a last sneer, Puck walked across the room and out the door, without looking back. Guilt and anger flared, but I turned back to my dad, whose frantic banging on the piano keys had calmed somewhat. I had other things to worry about besides Puck. "Dad," I said quietly, slipping beside him, "you need to stop now. Just for a little while, okay? Will you stop?" I pried his hands away from the keys, and this time he let me, dropping them to his lap. So he wasn't completely unreachable. That was good. He still didn't look at me, though, and I studied the lean, haggard face, the lines around his eyes and mouth, even though he was a fairly young man, and felt close to despair. Ash appeared beside me, close but not quite touching. "The master bedroom is down the hall," he said quietly. "I think your father will be comfortable there, if you can get him to follow you." In a daze, I nodded. Somehow we got my dad on his feet and led him down the hall to the large bedroom at the end. Leonenchi's master bedroom didn't lack anything in luxury, from the 4-poster bed to the bubbling natural hot spring in the bathroom. But it still felt like a jail cell as I ushered my dad inside and shut the door behind him. Leaning against the door, I shook with exhausted tears, feeling stretched in several directions at once. Ash hovered nearby, just watching. He looked uncomfortable, like he wanted to pull me close, but there was a barrier between us now, the admission with Puck hanging in the air like barbed wire. "Come on," Ash murmured, finally brushing my arm. "There's nothing you can do for him now. You're exhausted, and you can't help anyone like this. Get some rest." Feeling numb, I let him lead me away, down the hall and up a flight of stairs to the loft overlooking the main room. A rustic log railing barred the edge, where you could peer down on the living room below, and a queen-size bed with a grizzly bear rug complete with head and claws, crouched under the eaves. Ash dragged the awful bear rug off the bed and motioned for me to get in. In a daze, I settled on top of the covers. Without the piano chords, the cabin seemed unnaturally quiet, the silence thudding in my ears. Ash loomed over me, strangely formal and unsure. "I'll be downstairs," he murmured. "Try to get some sleep." He started to pull away, but I reached up and grabbed his hand, holding it tight. "Ash, wait," I said, and he went perfectly still. It might have been too soon reaching out for him, but I was drowning in an overload of emotion, anger at Puck, worry for my dad, fear that I'd just sabotaged my relationship with Ash. "I can't be alone right now," I whispered, clinging to his hand. "Please, just stay with me for a little while. You don't have to say anything. We don't have to talk. Just stay. Please?" He hesitated. I saw the indecision in his eyes, the silent battle, before he finally nodded. Sliding onto the bed, he leaned back against the headboard, and I curled up beside him, content just to feel him near me. I heard his heartbeat, despite the rigid way he held himself, and caught a glimmer of emotion surrounding him like a hazy aura, a reaction he wasn't able to hide. I blinked. "You're jealous," I said in disbelief. Ash, former prince of the Unseelie Court, was jealous. Of Puck. I didn't know why I found that so surprising. Maybe Ash seemed too calm and self-assured to be jealous, but there was no mistaking what I saw. Ash shifted uncomfortably and gave me a look from the corner of his eye. "Is that so wrong?" he asked softly, turning to stare at the far wall. "Is it so wrong to be jealous when I heard that you kissed him? When you told him—" He trailed off, raking a hand through his hair, and I bit my lip. "I know I was the one who left," he continued, still staring at the wall. "I said we were enemies, and that we couldn't be together. I knew it would break your heart, but I also knew Puck would be there to pick up the pieces. Whatever came of that I brought on myself. I know I have no right to ask." He stopped, taking a short breath, as if that confession had been difficult. I held my breath, knowing there was more. "But," he went on, finally turning to me, "I have to know, Meghan. I can't wonder about this, not with him. Or you. It will drive me crazy." He sighed and suddenly took my hand, staring at our tangled fingers. "You know what I feel for you. You know I'll protect you from whatever comes at us. But this is the one thing I can't fight. Ash, if you're torn about whether you want to be with Goodfellow, tell me now. I'll step down, give you space, whatever you want me to do." Ash trembled, just a little, as he said this. I felt his heart speed up as he turned to meet my gaze, his silver eyes intense. Just answer me this today, and I'll never ask you again. Do you love him?
I took a breath, ready to deny it immediately, but stopped. I couldn't give him a short, flippant answer, not when he was looking at me like that. He deserved to know the truth, all of it. I did, I said softly. At least, I thought I did. I'm not so sure now. I paused, choosing my words carefully. Ash waited, his whole body tense like a coiled wire as I gathered my thoughts. When you left, I went on, I was hurt. I thought I wouldn't see you again. You told me we were enemies, that we couldn't be together, and I believed you. I was angry and confused, and Puck was there to pick up the pieces, like you said. It was easy to turn to Puck because I knew how he felt. And for a little while I thought I might love him too. But, I continued as my voice started to shake, when I saw you again, I realized what I felt for Puck wasn't the same. He was my best friend, and I'd always have a spot for him in my heart, but it was you, Ash. I didn't really have a choice. It's always been you. Ash didn't say anything, but I heard his faint sigh, as if he'd been holding his breath, and he drew me close, wrapping his arms around me. I lay my head on his chest and closed my eyes, shoving thoughts of Puck and my dad and the false king to the back of my mind. I would deal with them tomorrow. Right now, I just wanted to sleep, to sink into oblivion and forget everything for a little while. Ash was still quiet, thoughtful. His glamour aura glimmered once, then flickered out of sight again. But all I had to do was listen to his heart thudding in his chest to know what he was feeling. "Talk to me," I whispered, tracing his ribs through his shirt, making him shiver. "Please, the silence is driving me crazy. I don't want to hear myself think right now."
"What do you want me to say?"
"Anything. Tell me a story. Tell me about the places you've been. Anything to keep my mind off everything." Ash paused. After a moment, he started humming a soft, slow melody, drowning out the silence. It was a haunting, peaceful tune, reminding me of falling snow and hibernating trees and animals huddled in their dens, sleeping the winter away. I felt his hand running the length of my back, a gentle rhythm in time with the lullaby, and sleep crept over me like a warm blanket. "Ash," I whispered as my eyelids began to drift shut.
"Yes?"
"Don't leave me, all right?"
"I already promised that I would stay."
He stroked my hair, his voice dropping to a near whisper.
"For as long as you want me."
"Ash?" "I love you." His hands stilled. I felt them tremble.
"I know,"
he murmured, bending his head close to mine.
"Get some sleep. I'll be right here."
His deep voice was the last thing I heard before I drifted into the void.
"Hello, my love,"
Makina whispered, holding out his hands as I approached, steel cables writhing behind him in a hypnotic dance, tall and elegant, his long silver hair rippling like liquid mercury. He watched me with eyes as black as night.
"I have been waiting for you."
"Makina." I shivered, gazing around the empty void, hearing my voice echo all around us. We were alone in the fathomless dark. "Where am I? Why are you here? I thought I killed you." The Iron King smiled, silver hair glowing in the utter darkness.
"You can never be rid of me, Meghan Chase. We are one, now and forever. You just have not accepted that yet. Come."
He beckoned me forward.
"Come to me, my love, and let me show you what I mean."
I backed away. "Stop calling me that. I'm not yours."
He drifted closer, and I took another step back. And you're not supposed to be here. Stop lurking around my dreams. I already have someone, and it's not you.
Machina's smile didn't falter. Ah, yes, your unseelie prince. Do you really think you'll be able to keep him once you realize who you really are? Do you think he will even want you anymore?
What do you know about that? You're just a dream, a nightmare, really.
No, my love. Machina shook his head. I am the part of you that you cannot bring yourself to accept. And as long as you keep denying me, you will never understand your true potential. Without me, you will never be enough to defeat the false king.
I'll take my chances. Narrowing my eyes, I stabbed a finger at him. And now, I think it's time you went away. This is my dream, and you're not welcome here. Get out.
Machina shook his head sadly. Very well, Meghan Chase. If you decide you need me after all, and you will, I will be right here.
Don't hold your breath, I mumbled, and my own voice woke me up. I blinked and raised my head from the pillow. The room was dark, but outside the round loft window, gray light filtered in from a brightening sky. Ash was gone, and the space beside me was cold. He'd left sometime during the night. The scent of bacon drifted up from below, and my stomach grumbled a response. I headed downstairs, wondering who was cooking at such an early hour. The image of Ash flipping pancakes in a white apron came to mind, and I giggled hysterically as I entered the kitchen. Ash wasn't there, and neither was Puck, but Grimalkin looked up from a table laden with food. Eggs, pancakes, bacon, biscuits, fruit, and oatmeal covered every surface of the tabletop, along with whole pitchers of milk and orange juice. Grimalkin, sitting on the corner, blinked at me once, then went back to dunking his paw in a glass of milk and licking it off. "What is all this?" I asked, amazed. "Did Dad cook, or Ash?"
Grimalkin snorted. "Those two. I shudder to think of the consequences. No, Leon and She's brownies took care of this, just like they've cleaned your room and made your bed by now." He observed the opaque white droplets on his paw and flicked them off rapidly.
"Where is everyone?"
"The human is still asleep. Goodfellow has not returned, though I am sure he will sometime in the future, probably with the ire of all the local fae on his heels."
"I don't care what Puck does. He can get eaten by trolls for all I care." Grimalkin seemed unfazed by my hostility and calmly licked a paw. I picked at the scrambled eggs sitting before me. "Where's Ash?"
"The Winter Prince left yesterday evening while you were asleep, and said nothing about where he was going, of course. He returned a few minutes ago."
"He left? Where is he now?" A thump from the front door drew our attention. Paul wandered into the kitchen, shuffling like a zombie, his hair in disarray. He didn't look at either of us. "Hey," I greeted softly, but I might as well have saved my breath. Paul acted like he didn't hear me. Staring at the laden breakfast table, he picked up a piece of toast, nibbled a corner, and wandered back out, all without acknowledging my existence. My appetite fled. Grimalkin eyed the glass of milk perched on the corner and tapped it experimentally.
"By the way," he continued as I stared moodily out the door, "your Winter Prince wishes you to meet him in the clearing beyond the stream after you have eaten. He implied that it was important."
I grabbed a bacon slice and nibbled half-heartedly. "Ash did? Why?"
"I did not care enough to ask."
"What about my dad?" I glanced in the direction Paul had gone. "Will he be safe? Should I just leave him alone?"
"You are terribly dull this morning."
Grimalkin deliberately knocked over the glass of milk and watched it drip to the floor in satisfaction.
The same glamour that keeps mortals out of this place also keeps them in. Should the human go wandering around outside, he will not be able to leave the clearing. No matter the direction he takes, he will only find himself back where he started.
What if I want to take him away? He can't stay here forever.
Then you had better take that up with Leon and she, not I. In any case, it is no concern of mine.
Grimalkin dropped from the table, landing on the wooden floor with a thump.
When you go to meet the prince, leave the dishes as they are, he said, arching his tail over his back. If you wash them, the brownies will be insulted and might leave the cabin, and that would be terribly inconvenient.
Is that why you made a mess? I asked, eyeing the milk dripping to the floor, so the brownies would have something to clean up.
Of course not, human, Grimalkin yawned. That was purely for the fun of it.
And he trotted from the room, leaving me to shake my head, grab a piece of toast, and hurry outside. Chapter 6. Lessons. It was a foggy gray morning, with the mist curling along the ground in wispy threads, muffling my footsteps. I hopped over the brook and looked back once I reached the other side. The cabin had disappeared once more, showing only misty forest beyond the stream. In the center of the clearing, a dark silhouette danced and spun in the mist, his long coat billowing out behind him, and an icy sword cutting through the fog like paper. I leaned against a tree and watched, hypnotized by the graceful whirling movements, the deadly speed and accuracy of the sword strikes, far too quick for a human to ever keep up with. Uneasiness gnawed at me as I suddenly remembered the dream, Machina's soft voice echoing in my head. Do you think you'll be able to keep him once you discover who you really are? Do you think he will even want you anymore? Angrily, I pushed those thoughts away. What did he know? Besides, that was just a dream, a nightmare conjured from stress and the worry over my dad. It didn't mean anything. Ash finished the drill and with a final flourish slammed the blade into its sheath. For a moment, he stood motionless, breathing deeply, the mist curling around him. Is your father any better? He asked, without turning around. I jumped. Hasn't changed. I moved across the damp grass toward him, soaking the hems of my jeans. How long have you been out here? He turned, raking a hand through his bangs, shoving them out of his eyes. I went back to Leon and She's last night, he said, walking forward. I wanted to get something for you, so I had one of her contacts track one down for me. Track what down? Ash strode to a nearby rock, swooped down, and tossed me a long, slightly curved stick. When I caught it, I saw that it was actually a leather sheath with a gilded brass hilt poking from the top. A sword. Ash was giving me a sword. Why? Oh, yeah. Because I wanted to learn to fight. Because I'd asked him to teach me. Ash, watching me with that weary, knowing look on his face, shook his head. You forgot, did you? No, I said quickly. I just didn't think it would be this soon. This is the perfect place. Ash turned slightly to gaze around the clearing. Quiet. Hidden. We can catch our breath here. It's a good place to learn while you're waiting for your father to come out of it. When we're done here, I have a feeling things will get much more chaotic. He gestured to the sword in my hand. Your first lesson begins now. Draw your sword. I did. Unsheathing it, it sent a raspy shiver across the glen, and I gazed at the weapon in fascination. The blade was thin and slightly curved, an elegant-looking weapon, razor-sharp and deadly. A warning tickled the back of my mind. There was something about the blade that was different. Blinking, I ran my fingers along the cool, gleaming edge, and a chill shot through my stomach. The blade was made of steel,
Not faery steel. Not a fae sword covered in glamour. Real, ordinary iron. The kind that would burn faery flesh and sear away glamour. The kind that left wounds impossible to heal. I gaped at it, then at Ash, who looked remarkably calm to be facing his greatest weakness. "This is steel," I told him, sure that Leon and she had made a mistake. He nodded. "An 18th century Spanish saber. Leon and she nearly had a fit when I told her what I wanted, but she was able to track one down in exchange for a favor." He paused then, wincing slightly. "A very large favor." Alarmed, I stared at him. "What did you promise her?" "It doesn't matter. Nothing that endangers us in any way." He hurried on before I could argue. "I wanted a light, slashing weapon for you. One with a good amount of reach to keep opponents farther away." He gestured to the saber with his own weapon, a blindingly quick stab of blue. "You'll be moving around a lot, using speed instead of brute force against your enemies. That blade won't block heavier weapons, and you don't have the strength to swing a long sword effectively, so we're going to have to teach you how to dodge. This was the best choice." "But this is steel," I repeated, listening to him in amazement. He could teach a class with his knowledge of weapons and fighting. Why a real sword? I can seriously hurt someone. "Meghan." Ash gave me a patient look. "That's exactly why I chose it. You have an advantage with that weapon that none of us can touch. Even the most violent redcap will think twice about facing a real mortal blade. It won't scare the Iron Fae, of course, but that's where training will come in." But what if I hit you?" A snort. "You're not going to hit me." "How do you know?" I bristled at his amused tone. "I could hit you. Even master swordsmen make mistakes. I could get a lucky shot, or you might not see me coming. I don't want to hurt you." He favored me with another patient look. "And how much experience do you have with swords and weapons in general?" I glanced down at the saber in my hand. 30 seconds? He smiled, that calm, irritatingly confident smirk. "You're not going to hit me." I scowled. Ash chuckled, then raised his weapon and stalked forward, all amusement gone. "Although," he continued, sliding into predator mode with no effort at all, "I do want you to try." I gulped and backed away. "Now? Don't I get a warm-up or something? I don't even know how to hold the thing properly." "Holding it is easy." Ash slid closer, circling me like a wolf. One finger pointed to the tip of his blade. "The sharp end goes in first." "That's so not helpful, Ash." He smiled grimly and continued to stalk. "Meghan, I would love to teach you properly from the beginning, but that takes years, centuries even. And since we don't have that kind of time, I'm giving you the condensed version. Besides, the best way to learn is by doing." He jabbed at me with his sword, nowhere near coming close, but I jumped anyway. "Now, try to hit me, and don't hold back." I didn't want to, but I had asked him to teach me after all. Bunching my muscles, I gave a feeble yell and lunged, stabbing at him with the tip. Ash slid aside. In the space of a blink, his sword licked out, slapping my ribs with the flat of the blade. I shrieked as I felt the bite of absolute cold through my shirt and glared at him. "Damn it, Ash, that hurt!" He gave me a humorless smile. "Then don't get hit." My ribs throbbed. There'd probably be a welt there this evening. For a moment, I was tempted to throw down the blade and stalk back to the house. But I swallowed my pride and faced him again, resolved. I needed this. I needed to learn to defend myself and the ones I cared about. I could take a few bruised ribs if it meant saving a life one day. Ash brandished his sword in an expert manner and cocked 2 fingers at me. "Again." For the rest of the morning we practiced. Or, more accurately, I tried to hit Ash and received more swats that stung and burned their way through my clothes. He didn't do it every time, and he never once cut me. But I became paranoid about getting hit. After several more thwops that stung my pride as well as my skin, I tried switching to full defense mode, and Ash started attacking me. I got hit a lot more. Anger burned, flaring up after each swat, each effortless smack that left my skin tingling with failure. He wasn't being fair. He had years, decades even, of sword play, and he wasn't even giving me a chance. He was toying with me instead of teaching me how to fend off his attacks. This wasn't a lesson. This was just him showing off. Finally, my temper snapped. After desperately fending off a series of blindingly quick thrusts, I received a swat to my backside that ignited a rage. Screaming, I flew at Ash, intending to hit him this time, to at least smack that calm efficiency off his face. This time, Ash didn't dodge or block, but spun and caught me around the waist as I charged past. Dropping his sword, he snatched my wrist in one hand and pulled me to his chest, holding me and the blade still as I cursed and struggled. "There," he murmured in a voice of weary satisfaction. "That's what I was looking for." Though still angry, I stopped fighting him. My senses buzzed and I held myself rigid in his arms. "What?" I snarled. "Me to get so pissed I wanted to stab you in the eye?" "The moment you'd take this seriously enough to really try to hit me." Ash's voice, dark and grim, made me freeze. He sighed, resting his forehead on the back of my skull. "This isn't a hobby, Meghan," he breathed, sending a tingle down my spine. "It isn't a game or a sport or a simple pastime. This is life and death. Any one of those hits could have killed you had I been serious. Putting a weapon in your hands means that at some point you're going to have to use it. In a fight like this, you're going to be hurt. Make a single mistake, and you'll be dead. And I'll lose you." His voice trailed off at the end, as if that last part just slipped out. My throat closed and all my anger drained away. Ash pressed his lips to the welt across my shoulder and my heartbeat stuttered. "I'm sorry," he murmured, genuine regret in his voice. "I didn't mean to hurt you, but I do want you to understand. Teaching you to fight means you're going to be in even more danger, and I may be hard on you sometimes because I don't want you to lose." He released my wrist and ran his hand up to my shoulder, smoothing the hair from my neck. "Do you still want to continue?" I couldn't speak. I just nodded, and Ash kissed the back of my neck. "Tomorrow, then," he said, drawing back even as I wished he would stay there forever. "Same time. Now, let's go put something on those welts." I heard the piano music as soon as we crossed the stream. My dad was sitting at the piano bench when we walked in and didn't look up from the keys. But the music today wasn't as dark and frantic as it had been the night before. It was more calm and peaceful. Grimalkin lay atop the piano, feet tucked under him and eyes closed, purring in appreciation. "Hi, Dad," I ventured, wondering if he would actually look at me today. The music faltered, and for a split second I thought he was going to look up. But then his shoulders hunched, and he went back to his playing, a little faster than before. Grimalkin didn't bother to open his eyes. "I guess that's a start," I sighed, as Ash disappeared into the kitchen for a moment. I heard him talking to a few unknown high-pitched voices. "Mayon and cheese brownies?" Before he reappeared holding a small tan jar. My dad continued to play. I tried to look calm and hopeful, but disappointment settled heavy on my chest, and Ash saw it, too. He didn't say anything as he led me upstairs to the loft, sitting me down on the neatly made bed after pulling off the bear rug. Opening the jar released a sharp herbal scent that was oddly familiar, reminding me of a similar scene in a cold, icy bedroom, with Ash shirtless and bleeding, and me binding up his wounds. Below, the piano music continued, a low, mournful song that pulled at my insides. Ash knelt behind me on the bed and gently tugged the sleeve off my shoulder, just enough to expose the thin line of red slashed across my skin. I caught a flicker of remorse from him, a flash of dull regret, as a cold, tingling salve was spread over the wound. "I'm still mad at you, you know," I said without turning around. The dark piano chords made me moody and pensive, and I tried to ignore the cool fingers sliding over my ribs, leaving blessed numbness as they passed. "A little warning would have been nice. You could have said, 'Hey, as part of your training today, I'm going to beat you senseless.'" Ash reached around with both arms and put the jar into my hands, using that motion to pull me back to his chest. "Your father will be fine," he murmured as my chest ached with bottled-up grief. "It just takes a while for the mind to catch up on everything it has forgotten. Right now, he's confused and frightened, and taking solace in the one thing that's familiar. Just keep talking to him, and eventually he'll start to remember." He smelled so good, a mix of frost and something sharp like peppermint. Lifting my head, I placed a kiss at the hollow of his neck, right beneath his jawbone, and he drew in a quiet breath, his hands curling into fists. I suddenly realized we were on a bed, alone in an isolated cabin, with no grown-ups, lucid ones anyway, to point fingers or condemn. My heart sped up, thudding in my ears, and I felt his heartbeat quicken too. Shifting slightly, I went to trace another kiss along his jaw, but he ducked his head, and our lips met. And suddenly I was kissing him as if I were going to meld him into my body. His fingers tangled in my hair, and my hand slid beneath his shirt, tracing the hard muscles of his chest and stomach. He groaned, pulled me into his lap, and lowered us back onto the bed, being careful not to crush me. My whole body tingled, senses buzzing, my stomach twisting with so many emotions I couldn't place them all. Ash was above me, his lips on mine, my hands sliding over his cool, tight skin. I couldn't speak. I couldn't think. All I could do was feel. Ash pulled back slightly, his silver eyes bright as he stared at me, his cool breath washing over my heated face. "You are beautiful. You know that, right?" he murmured, all seriousness, one hand gently framing my cheek. "I know I don't say things like that as often as I should. I wanted to let you know." "You don't have to say anything," I whispered, though hearing him admit it made my pulse flutter wildly. I could feel the emotion swirling around us, auras of color and light, and closed my eyes. "I can feel you," I murmured as his heartbeat picked up under my fingers. "I can almost feel your thoughts. Is that very strange?" "No," Ash said in a strangled voice, and a tremor went through him. I opened my eyes, staring into his perfect face. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just—" He shook his head. "I never thought I could feel like this again. I didn't know if it was possible." He sighed, giving me a pleading look. "I'm sorry. I'm not explaining it very well." "It's all right." I laced my hands behind his head, smiling. "Right now, talking isn't what I was hoping for." Ash smiled faintly, lowering his head again, and froze. Frowning, I arched my back, looking behind us, upside down, and let out a squeak. Paul stood at the top of the stairs, staring at us with wide, blank eyes. Even though he didn't say a word and probably didn't understand what was happening, my cheeks flamed and I was instantly mortified. Ash rolled off me and stood, his face shutting into that blank, expressionless mask as I tried gathering the frayed strands of my composure long enough to speak. Rolling upright, smoothing down my tangled hair and clothes, I glared at my father, who stared back in a daze. "Dad, what are you doing here?" I asked. "Why aren't you downstairs with the piano?" Where you're supposed to be, I added sourly. Not that I wasn't happy to see my dad actually looking at me for the first time since we got here, but his timing absolutely sucked. Paul blinked, still staring at me in a fog, and didn't say anything. I sighed, shot an apologetic look at Ash, and started to lead him back down the stairs. Come on, Dad. Let's go look for a certain cat I'm going to kill for not warning us. Why? Paul whispered, and my heart jumped to my throat. He looked straight at me with wide, teary eyes. Why am I here? Who are you? The lump in my throat grew bigger. I'm your daughter. He stared at me blankly, and I gazed back, willing him to recognize me. You are married to my mom, Melissa Chase. I'm Meghan. The last time you saw me, I was 6 years old, remember? Daughter? I nodded breathlessly. Ash watched silently from the corner. I could feel his gaze on my back. Paul shook his head, a sad, hopeless gesture. I don't remember, he said, and drew away from me, backing down the stairs, eyes clouding over once more. Dad, don't remember. His voice took on a pensive note, and I stopped as all sanity fled from his face. Don't remember. The rats scream, but I don't remember. Go away. Go away. He ran to the piano and started pounding the keys, loud and frantic. I sighed and peered over the railing, watching him sadly. Ash's arms wrapped around me seconds later, drawing me back to his chest. It's a start, he said, and I nodded, turning my face into his arm. At least he's talking now. He'll remember eventually. Cool lips pressed against my cheek. A brief, light touch, and I shivered. Sorry about that, I whispered, wishing selfishly that we hadn't been interrupted. I'm sure that's never happened to you before. Ash snorted, and I wondered if we could somehow reclaim the lost moment. I reached back and buried my fingers in his silky hair, pulling him closer. What are you thinking about? That this has put things in perspective, he said, as the rumbling piano chords vibrated around us, dark and crazy. That there are more important things to think about. We should be concentrating on your training, and what we're going to do about the false king once it's time. He's still out there, looking for you. I pouted, not liking that statement. But Ash chuckled and ran his fingers up my arm. We have time, Meghan, he murmured. After this is over, after your father regains his memories, after we deal with the false king, we'll have the rest of our lives. I'm not going anywhere, I promise. He held me tighter and brushed a kiss across my ear. I'll wait. Just tell me when you're ready. He released me then and walked downstairs, but I stood on the balcony for several minutes, listening to the piano music and letting it take my thoughts to forbidden places. Chapter 7. Summer and Iron. The days settled into a safe, if not comfortable, routine. At dawn, before the sunlight touched the forest floor, I went out to the little clearing to practice sword drills with Ash. He was a patient, yet strict teacher, pushing me to stretch beyond my comfort zone and fight like I meant to kill him. He taught me defense, how to dance around an enemy without getting hit, how to turn my opponent's energy against them. As my skill and confidence grew and our practice scuffles became more serious, I began to see a pattern, a rhythm in the art of swordplay. It became more like a dance, a tempo of spinning, darting blades, and constant footwork. I was still nowhere near as good as Ash, and never would be. But I was learning. Afternoons were spent talking to my dad, trying to get him to come out of his crazy shell, feeling as if I was repeatedly bashing my head against a wall.
It was a slow and painful process. His moments of lucidity were few and far between, and he didn't recognize me half the time. Most of our days progressed with him playing the piano while I sat on the nearby armchair and spoke to him whenever the music stopped. Sometimes Ash was there, lying on the couch reading a book. Sometimes he disappeared into the forest for hours at a time. I didn't know where he was going or what he was doing until Rabbit and other animals started showing up on the plates for dinner, and it occurred to me that Ash might be impatient with the lack of progress, too. One day, however, he came back and handed me a large leather-bound book. When I opened it, I was shocked to find pictures of my family staring back at me. Pictures of my family before. Paul and my mom on their wedding day. A cute mixed-breed puppy I didn't recognize. Me as an infant, then a toddler, then a grinning 4-year-old riding a tricycle.
"I called in a favor," Ash explained to my stunned expression. "The bogey living in your brother's closet found it for me. Maybe it will help your father remember."
I hugged him. He held me lightly, careful not to push or respond in a way that might lead to temptation. I savored the feel of his arms around me, breathing in his scent, before he gently pulled away. I smiled my thanks and turned to my father at the piano again. "Dad?" I murmured, carefully sitting beside him on the bench. He shot me a wary look, but at least he didn't flinch or jerk away and start banging on the piano keys. "I have something to show you. Look at this." Opening the first page, I waited for him to look over. At first, he studiously ignored it, hunching his shoulders and not looking up. His gaze flickered to the album page once, but he continued to play, no change in his expression. After a few more minutes, I was ready to give up and retreat to the sofa to page through it myself, when the music suddenly faltered. Startled, I looked up at him, and my stomach twisted. Tears were running down his face, splashing onto the piano keys. As I stared, transfixed, the music slowly stumbled to a halt, and my father began to sob. He bent over, and his long fingers traced the photos in the book as his tears dripped onto the pages and my hands. Ash quietly slipped from the room, and I put my arm around my dad, and we cried together. From that day on, he started to talk to me. Slow, stuttering conversations at first, as we sat on the couch and thumbed through the photo album. He was so fragile, his sanity like spun glass that a breath of wind could shatter at any moment. But slowly he began to remember Mom and me, and his old life, though we could never connect the little kid in the album with the teenager sitting beside him on the couch. He often asked where Mom and baby Meghan were, and I had to tell him again and again that Mom was married to someone else now, that he had disappeared for 11 years, and she wasn't waiting for him anymore. And I had to watch the tears well in his eyes every time he heard it. It made my soul ache. Evenings were the hardest. Ash was as good as his word and never pushed, keeping all interactions between us light and easy. He never turned me away when I needed someone to vent to after an exhausting day with my father. He was always there, quiet and strong. I would curl into him on the couch, and he would listen as I poured out my fears and frustrations. Sometimes we did nothing but read together, me lying in his lap while he turned the pages. Though our tastes in books were vastly different, I usually dozed off in the middle of a page. One night, bored and restless, I found a stack of dusty board games in a closet and bullied Ash into learning Scrabble, checkers, and Yahtzee. Surprisingly, Ash found that he enjoyed these human games and was soon asking me to play more often than not. This filled some of the long, restless evenings and kept my mind off certain things. Unfortunately for me, once Ash learned the rules, he was nearly impossible to beat in strategy games like checkers, and his long life gave him a vast knowledge of lengthy, complicated words he staggered me with in Scrabble, though sometimes we'd end up debating whether or not faery terms like Goradeth Annwn or Hobyars were legal to use. Regardless, I cherished our time together, knowing this peaceful lull would come to an end someday. But there was an invisible wall between us now, a barrier only I could break, and it was killing me. And even though I didn't want to, I missed Puck. Puck could always make me laugh, even when things were at their bleakest. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of a deer or a bird in the woods and wonder if it was Puck, watching us. Then I'd become angry at myself for wondering and spend the day trying to convince myself that I didn't care where he was or what he was doing. But I still missed him. One morning, a few weeks later, Ash and I were finishing up our daily practice session when Grimalkin appeared on a nearby stone, watching us. "You're still telegraphing your moves," Ash said as we circled each other, blades held up and ready. "Don't look at the spot you're trying to hit. Let the sword go there on its own." He lunged, cutting high at my head. I ducked and spun away, slashing at his back, and he parried the blow, looking pleased. "Good. You're getting faster, too. You'll be a match for most red-cap thugs if they tried to start anything." I grinned at the compliment, but Grimalkin, who had been silent until now, said, "And what happens if they use glamour against her?" I turned. Grimalkin sat with his tail around his feet, watching a yellow bumblebee bob over the grass in rapt fascination. "What?" "Glamour. You know, the magic I tried to teach you once, before I discovered you had no talent for it whatsoever." Grimalkin swatted at the bee as it came closer, missed, and pretended no interest at all as it zipped away. He sniffed and looked at me again, twitching his tail. "The Winter Prince does not just use his sword when fighting. He has glamour at his disposal as well, as will your enemies. How are you planning to counter that, human?" Before I could answer, he perked up, his attention riveted on a large orange butterfly flitting toward us, and leaped off the rock, vanishing into the tall grass. I looked at Ash, who sighed and sheathed his blade. "He's right, unfortunately," he said, raking a hand through his hair. "Teaching you the sword was supposed to be only half of your training. I wanted you to learn how to use your glamour as well." "I know how to use glamour," I argued, still stinging from Grimalkin's casual statement about my lack of talent. Ash raised an eyebrow, a silent challenge, and I sighed. "Fine, then. I'll prove it. Watch this." He backed up a few steps, and I closed my eyes, reaching out to the forest around me. Instantly, my mind was filled with all manner of growing things. The grass beneath my feet, the vines slithering along the ground, the roots of the trees surrounding us. In this clearing, summer held full sway. Whether through Leon Shee's influence or something else, the plants here had not known the touch of winter, or cold, or death for a long time. Ash's voice cut through my concentration, and I opened my eyes. "You do have a lot of power, but you need to learn control if you're going to use it." He bent down, plucked something from the grass, and held it up. It was a tiny flower, white petals still tightly closed, curled into a ball. "Make it bloom," Ash ordered softly. Frowning, I stared at the little bud, mind racing. Okay, I can do this. I've pulled up roots and made trees move and knocked a barrage of arrows from the air. I can make one teensy little flower bloom. Still, I hesitated. Ash was right. I could feel the glamour all around me, but I was still unsure how to actually wield it. "Would you like a hint?" Grimalkin asked from a nearby rock, startling me. I jumped, and he twitched an ear in amusement. "Picture the magic as a stream," he continued, "then a ribbon, then a thread. When it is as thin as you can possibly make it, use it to gently tease the petals open. Anything more powerful will make the bloom split apart and cause the glamour to scatter."
He blinked sagely. Then a butterfly near the stream caught his attention, and he bounded off once more. I looked at Ash, wondering if he was irritated at Grimalkin for helping me. But he only nodded. Taking a breath, I held the glamour in my mind, a swirling, colorful vortex of emotion and dream. Concentrating hard, I shrank it down until it was a shimmering rope, then even further, until it was only a shining, oh-so-delicate thread in my mind. Sweat beaded and rolled down my forehead, and my arms started to shake. Holding my breath, I carefully touched the flower with the glamour thread, coiling magic into the tiny bud and expanding gently. The petals shivered once and slowly curled open. Ash nodded approval. I smiled, but before I could celebrate, a bout of dizziness hit me like a tidal wave, nearly knocking me down. The world spun violently, and I felt my legs give out, as if someone had pulled a plug and let all my magic drain away. Gasping, I pitched forward. Ash caught me, holding me upright. I clung to him, feeling almost sick with the weakness, frustrated that something so natural was this hard. Ash lowered us both to the ground, pulling back to watch me with troubled silver eyes. Is it normal to be this tired? I asked, as feeling slowly returned to my legs. Ash shook his head, his face dark and grim. No, that little amount of glamour should have been nothing for you. He stood, crossing his arms over his chest, regarding me with a worried expression. Something is wrong, and I don't know enough about summer magic to help you. Holding out his hand, he pulled me to my feet with a sigh. We're going to have to find Puck. What? No! I let go of him too fast and stumbled, nearly falling again. Why? We don't need Puck. What about Grimalkin? He can help, right? Probably. Ash looked over to where Grimalkin was stalking butterflies through the grass, tail twitching in excitement. Do you really want to ask him? I winced. No, not really, I sighed. Stupid favor-collecting cat. Fine. But why Puck? Do you really think he'll know what's going on? Ash lifted one lean shoulder in a shrug. I don't know, but he's been around longer than me and might know more about what's happening to you. The least we can do is ask. I don't want to see him. I crossed my arms, scowling. He lied to me, Ash, and don't tell me that fairies can't lie. Omitting the truth is just as bad. He let me believe my dad abandoned us, and he knew where he was all along. 11 years he lied to me. I can't forgive him for that. Megan, believe me, I know what it's like to hate Puck. I've been at it for longer than you, remember? Ash softened his words with a rueful smile, but I still felt a stab of guilt. Trust me, I don't particularly want to go begging for his help either. He sighed, raking a hand through his hair. But if anyone is to teach you summer magic, it should be him. I can only show you the basics, and you're going to need more than that. My anger deflated. Of course, he was right. My shoulders sagged and I glared at him. I hate it when you're reasonable. He laughed. Someone has to be. Come on. He turned and held out a hand. If we're going to find Goodfellow, we should get started now. If he's hiding or if he doesn't want to be found, we could be searching a while. Taking his hand, I resigned myself as we crossed the meadow and slipped into the thick forest surrounding us. In the end, Puck found us. The woods surrounding the cabin were sprawling and vast, mostly pine and big shaggy trees with furry trunks. It made me think we were high in the mountains somewhere. Ferns and pine needles littered the forest floor. The air was cool and smelled of sap. Ash slipped through the woods like a ghost, following some invisible path, keen hunter instincts showing the way. As we hiked, ducking branches and scrambling over needle-covered rocks, my insides churned angrily. Why did Puck have to help us? What would he know? My dad's face swam before me, tears shining from his eyes as I told him once again that Mom was married to someone else, and I clenched my fists. Whether my dad's abduction was planned or not, Puck had a lot to answer for. Ash brought us to a grotto surrounded by pine trees and stopped, gazing around. I joined him, taking his hand as we searched the trunks and shadows. It was very quiet. Threads of sunlight slanted in through the trees and dappled the forest floor, covered in mushrooms and pine needles. The trees were old, thick creatures, and the air seemed filled with ancient magic. "He's been here," Ash said, as a breeze stirred the branches, ruffling his dark hair. "In fact, he's very close." "Looking for something?" The familiar voice echoed from somewhere above us. I turned, and there was Puck, lying on an overhead branch, smirking at me. His shirt was off, showing a lean, bronzed chest, and his red hair was all over the place. He looked more, I don't know, fae out here. Something wild and unpredictable. More like Shakespeare's Robin Goodfellow, who turned Nick Bottom into a donkey and wreaked havoc on the humans lost in the forest. "Rumor going round these parts that you're looking for me," he said, tossing an apple in one hand before biting into it. "Well, here I am. What do you want, your highnesses?" I bristled at the implied insult, but Ash stepped forward. "Something is wrong with Meghan's glamour," he said, brief and to the point as usual. "You know more about summer magic. We need to know what's happened to her, why she can't use glamour without almost passing out."
"Ah." Puck's emerald eyes sparkled with glee.
"And so they come crawling back for Puck's help after all."
He shook his head and took another bite of the apple.
"How easy it is to forget grudges when someone has something you need."
I swelled indignantly, but Ash sighed, as if he'd expected this.
"What do you want, good fellow?" he asked wearily. "I want the princess to ask me," Puck said, switching his gaze to mine. "I'll be helping her, after all. I want to hear it from her own frosted pink lips." I pressed my pink lips together to keep back a nasty reply.
"Glad to see at least one of us is being mature about this," I wanted to say, which wouldn't have been very mature at all. Besides, Ash was watching me, all solemn and serious, and a little bit pleading. If he could swallow his pride and ask his arch-nemesis for help, I guess I could be the grown-up here too. For now. I sighed. "Fine. But there will be repercussions later, believe me. Puck, I'd really appreciate it if you helped me out a little." He raised an eyebrow, and I grit my teeth. "Please?" He flashed me a smug grin. "Help you out with what, princess?" "My magic." "What's wrong with it?" I was sorely tempted to fling a rock at his head, but he wasn't flashing me that stupid grin anymore, so maybe he was being serious. "I don't know," I sighed. "I can't use glamour anymore without getting either really tired or really sick. I don't know what's wrong with me. It didn't used to be like this." "Huh." Puck jumped down from the tree, landing as lightly as a cat. He took 2 steps toward us and stopped, peering at me with intense green eyes. "When was the last time you used glamour, princess, without getting sick or tired?" I thought back. I'd used summer magic on the spider hags and nearly thrown up with the effort. Before that, my glamour had been sealed by Mab, so... "The warehouse?" I answered, remembering the battle with another of Machina's old lieutenants. "When we fought Virus. You were there, remember? I stopped her bugs from swarming all over us." Puck bobbed his head, looking thoughtful. "But that was iron magic, wasn't it, princess?" he asked, and I nodded. "When was the last time you used summer glamour, normal glamour, without feeling sick or tired?" "Machina's realm," Ash said softly, looking at me. Understanding was beginning to dawn on him,
though I had no idea where this was leading. You pulled up the roots to trap the Iron King, he went on, right before he stabbed you, right before he died. That's where you got your iron glamour, Princess, Puck added, nodding thoughtfully. I'd bet Titania's golden mirror on it. You somehow got stuck with Machina's iron magic. That's why the false king wants you, I'd wager. It has something to do with the power of the Iron King. I shivered. Glitch had said as much, but I hadn't wanted to think about it. So what does that have to do with my glamour problems? I asked. Ash and Puck shared a look. Because, Princess, Puck said, leaning back against a tree, you have two powers inside you right now, summer and iron, and, simply put, they're not getting along. They can't exist together, Ash put in, as if he'd just figured it out. Whenever you try, one glamour reacts violently to the other, the same way we react to iron. So the summer glamour is making you sick because it touched iron magic and vice versa. Puck whistled. Now that's a catch-22. But I used iron glamour before this, I protested, not liking their explanations at all. In the factory with Virus, and I didn't have any problems then. We'd all be dead otherwise. Your regular magic was sealed then. Ash frowned, deep in thought. When we went to winter, Mab put a binding on you, sealing away your summer magic. She didn't know about the iron glamour. He looked up. After the binding shattered, that's when you started having difficulty. I crossed my arms in frustration. This is so not fair, I muttered as Ash and Puck looked on with varying degrees of sympathy. I glared at them both. What am I supposed to do now? I demanded. How am I supposed to fix this? You'll have to learn to use them both, Ash said calmly. There has to be a way to wield both glamours separately, without one tainting the other. Maybe it'll get easier with practice, Puck added, and that irritating smirk came creeping back. I could teach you how to use summer glamour at least, if you want me to. I stared at him, searching for a hint of my former best friend, for a spark of the affection we'd had for each other. The obnoxious smirk never wavered, but I saw something in his eyes, a glimmer of remorse, perhaps. Whatever it was enough. I couldn't do this alone. Something told me I was going to need all the help I could get. Fine, I told him, watching his smile turn dangerously close to a leer. But this doesn't mean we're okay. I still haven't forgiven you for what you did to my family. Puck sighed dramatically and glanced at Ash. Join the club, Princess. Chapter 8. Understanding Measures. So, there we were again, the three of us, me, Ash, and Puck, together once more, but not really the same. I practiced sword drills with Ash in the morning and summer magic with Puck in the afternoon, usually around the hottest part of the day. In the evenings, I listened to the piano or talked to my dad while trying to ignore the obvious tension between the two faeries in the room. Paul was doing better, at least. His moments of confusion fewer and farther between. The morning he made breakfast, I got teary-eyed with relief, although our resident brownies threw a fit and nearly left the house. I was able to woo them back with bowls of cream and honey, and the promise that Paul wouldn't intrude on their chores again. My glamour use didn't get any better. Every day when the sun was at its zenith, I'd leave the lunch table and wander down to the meadow where Puck waited for me. He showed me how to call glamour from plants, how to make them grow faster, how to weave illusions from nothing, and how to call on the forest for help. Summer magic was the magic of life, heat, and passion, he explained. The new growth of spring, the lethal beauty of fire, the violent destruction of a summer storm were all examples of summer magic in the everyday world. He demonstrated small miracles, making a dead flower come back to life, calling a squirrel right into his lap, and then instructed me to do the same.
I tried. Calling the magic was easy. It came as naturally as breathing. I could feel it all around me, pulsing with life and energy. But when I tried to use it in any way, nausea hit and I was left gasping in the dirt, so sick and dizzy I felt I would pass out. "Try again," Puck said one afternoon, sitting cross-legged on a flat rock by the stream, chin in his hands. Between us, a mop handle stood upright in the grass like a naked tree. Puck had borrowed it from the broom closet earlier that morning, and would probably incur the wrath of the brownies when they discovered one of their sacred tools was missing. I glared at the mop handle, taking a deep breath. I was supposed to make the stupid thing bloom with roses and such, but all I'd done was give myself a massive headache. Drawing glamour to me, I tried again. "Okay. Concentrate, Meghan. Concentrate." Ash appeared at the edge of my vision, arms crossed, watching us intently. "Any luck?" he murmured, easily breaking my concentration. Puck gestured to me. "See for yourself." Annoyed with them both, I focused on the mop. "Wood is wood," Puck had said that morning. "Be it a dead tree, the side of a ship, a wooden crossbow, or a simple broom handle. Summer magic can make it come alive again, if only for a moment. This is your birthright. Concentrate." Glamour swirled around me, raw and powerful. I sent it toward the mop, and the sickness descended like a hammer, making my stomach clench. I doubled over with a gasp, fighting the urge to vomit. If this is what fairies experienced every time they touched something made of iron, it was no wonder they avoided it like the plague. "This isn't working," I heard Ash say. "She should stop before she really gets hurt." "No!" Pulling myself upright, I glared at the mop, wiping sweat from my eyes. "I'm going to get this, damn it!" Ignoring my roiling stomach, the sweat that ran into my eyes, I took another deep breath and concentrated on the glamour swirling around the mop. The wood was alive, pulsing with energy, just waiting for the push that would make it explode with life. The wooden pole trembled. Nausea crawled up my stomach. I bit my lip, welcoming the pain. And suddenly, roses burst into bloom along the handle, red and white and pink and orange, a riot of color among the leaves and thorns. As quickly as they had bloomed, the petals shriveled and fell off, littering the ground around the mop handle, bare and naked once more. But it was a clear victory, and I whooped in triumph. Right before I collapsed, Ash caught me, kneeling in the grass. How he knew exactly where to be whenever I fell was mystifying. "There," I panted, struggling upright, bracing myself against his arms. "That wasn't so hard. I think I'm getting the hang of this. Let's do it again, Puck." Puck raised an eyebrow. Let's not, Princess. Judging by the glare your boyfriend is shooting me, I'd say our lesson is officially over." He yawned and stood, stretching his long limbs. "Besides, I was about to die of boredom. Watching flowers bloom isn't exactly riveting." He glanced at us, at Ash's arms around me, and sneered. "See you tomorrow, lovebirds." He hopped the stream and vanished into the woods without looking back. I sighed and struggled to my feet, leaning on Ash for balance. "You all right?" he asked, steadying me as the last of the nausea faded. Anger flared. No, I wasn't all right. I was a freaking faery who couldn't use glamour, not without fainting, throwing up, or getting so dizzy I was practically useless. I was allergic to myself. How pathetic was that? Peevishly, I turned and kicked the mop handle, sending the pole clattering into the bushes. The wrath of the brownies would be swift and terrible, but at that moment, I didn't care. What good was having iron glamour if all it did was make me sick? At this point, I was ready to give the false king his stupid iron magic for all the good it did me. Ash raised an eyebrow at my show of temper, but didn't say anything beyond, "Let's go inside." A little embarrassed, I followed him across the clearing, over the stream and up the stairs to the cabin, where Grimalkin lay on the railing in the sun and ignored me when I waved. The cabin was strangely quiet as we walked in, the piano empty and still. I looked around and saw Paul sitting at the kitchen table, bent over a mess of scattered papers, pen scribbling furiously. I hoped he hadn't fallen into creative insanity, but he glanced up, gave me a brief, non-crazy smile, and hunched over the paperwork once more. So today was one of his saner days. At least that was something. Groaning, I collapsed to the couch, my fingers numb and tingly with leftover glamour. "What's wrong with me, Ash?" I sighed, rubbing my tired eyes. "Why does everything have to be so hard? I can't even be a normal half-faery." Ash knelt and tugged my hands down, pressing my fingers to his lips. "You were never normal, Meghan." He smiled, and my fingers went tingly for an entirely different reason. "If you were, I wouldn't be here now." I freed my fingers and stroked his cheek, running my thumb over the smooth, pale skin. For a moment, he closed his eyes and leaned into my hand before brushing a kiss to my palm and standing up. "I'm going to find Puck," he announced. "There must be something we're missing, something we're overlooking. There has to be an easier way." "Well, if you find it, that would be great. I'm sick of being sick every time I make a flower grow." I tried for a grateful smile, but I think I just grimaced at him. Ash placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezed gently, and left the room. Sighing, I wandered over to the kitchen table, curious to see what Dad was working on so vigorously. He didn't look up this time, so I perched on the edge beside him. The table was covered with sheets of paper, scribbled with lines and black dots. Looking closer, I saw they were hand-drawn sheet music. "Hey, Dad," I spoke softly, not wanting to distract or startle him. "What are you doing?" "Composing a song," he replied, glancing at me briefly and smiling. "It just hit me this morning, and I knew I had to write it down quickly before I lost it. I used to write songs all the time for your mother." I didn't know what to say to that, so I watched the pencil move, scribbling dots along 5 simple black lines. It didn't look like music to me, but Dad would stop and close his eyes, swaying the pencil to an invisible tune before adding more dots to the lines. My vision went fuzzy for a moment, and the dots seemed to move on the paper. For just a second, the entire song shimmered with glamour. The strict, straight lines gleamed like metal wires, while the various notes, once black and solid, sparkled like drops of water held up to light. Startled, I blinked, and the scribbles became normal again. "Weird," I muttered. "What's weird?" Paul asked, looking up. Quickly, I searched for a safer topic. Dad didn't have a high regard for glamour, seeing it as nothing more than fairy tricks and deception. With everything he'd gone through, I couldn't blame him. I said again. "I was just wondering what all those little dots and lines are for. I mean, it doesn't look like music to me." Paul smiled, eager to talk about his favorite subject, and pulled a full sheet of paper from a stack. "They're measures," he explained, placing the sheet between us. "See these lines? Each line represents a musical pitch. Every note on a scale is represented by its position on the line or in the spaces between. The higher the note is on the lines, the higher the pitch. Follow me so far?" Now, notice the different dots, or notes," Dad went on, as if I understood anything he just said. "An open dot plays longer than a closed dot. The little stems and flags you see cut the time in half, and in half again. The appearance of the notes tells the player how long to hold them, and what note to play. Everything is measured by time, pitch, and scale, written in perfect harmony. One note or measure in the wrong place will throw off the entire song." "Sounds very complicated," I offered, trying to keep up with his explanation. "It can be. Music and math have always been tied closely together. It's all about formulas and fractions and such." Paul stood abruptly with a sheet of music and walked over to the piano.
I trailed behind him and perched on the couch. But then, you put it all together, and it sounds like this. And he played a song, so beautiful it caught in my throat, making me want to smile and laugh and cry all at the same time. I'd heard his music before, but this was different, as if he'd put his entire heart and soul into it, and it had grown a life of its own. Glamour flared and swirled around him, a vortex of the most gorgeous colors I'd ever seen. No wonder the Fae were attracted to talented mortals. No wonder Leon and she had been so reluctant to let him go. The piece was short and ended abruptly, as if Paul just ran out of notes. "Well, it's not finished yet," he murmured, lowering his hands. "But you get the idea." "What's it called?" I whispered, the echo of the song still ebbing through me. Paul smiled. "Memories of Meghan." Before I could say anything, the door banged open and Ash stepped through with Puck close behind him. I jumped up as Ash crossed the room, his face tight and severe, and Puck stood in front of the door with his arms crossed, glaring out the window. "What's going on?" I asked as Ash drew close, looking like he wanted to sweep me up and rush out the door. I glanced at my dad to see how this was affecting him, relieved to see he looked wary and alarmed, but not crazy. Ash took my arm and drew me away. "The Seelie and Unseelie courts," he muttered, low enough that my father couldn't hear. "They're here, and they're looking for you." Chapter 9. A Knight's Vow. I blinked at Ash, and my stomach squirmed weirdly, both in excitement and fear. "Both of them?" I whispered, glancing at my dad, who had wandered back to the table and was hunched over his music again. He tended to ignore the fairies whenever they were in the room, never speaking to them, barely looking their way, and the boys were content to return the favor. It made for some awkward evenings, but I think Paul was terrified that if he drew their attention, he would go mad once more. Ash shrugged. "They wouldn't talk to me or Puck, except to say that Leon and she already gave them permission to come here. They want to speak with you. They're in the clearing now." I walked to the window and peered out. At the edge of the trees, I could just make out a pair of she-knights, each holding a banner, one green and gold and emblazoned with the head of a magnificent stag, the other black with a white thorny rose in the center. "The emissary said he had a message specifically for you, Princess," Puck said, leaning against the door with his arms crossed. "Said it was from Oberon himself." Oberon? The last time I saw my biological father, he had banished me to the mortal realm after Mab had done the same to Ash. I thought we had severed all ties. He'd made that quite clear when we parted, that I was on my own, and faery would never welcome me again. What did the king of the summer court want with me now? Only one way to find out. "Dad?" I called, turning toward the table. "I'm leaving now, but I'll be right back. Don't leave the house, okay?" He waved at me without looking up, and I sighed. At least Paul would be too busy to worry about the unexpected party in the meadow. "All right," I muttered, walking toward the door, which Puck opened for me. "Let's get this over with." We crossed the stream where Grimalkin was grooming himself on a flat rock, unconcerned with the arrival of the courts, and headed toward the far side of the meadow. It was late afternoon, and fireflies winked over the grass. Ash and Puck walked beside me, protective auras glowing strong, and any fear I had vanished instantly. We had been through so much, the three of us. What was left that we couldn't face together? The two knights bowed as we approached. I caught a glimmer of surprise from both Ash and Puck, amazement that two warriors from opposite courts could be in the presence of the other without fighting. I found it amusingly ironic. Between the knights, almost hidden in the tall grass,
a potato-faced gnome stepped forward and bent forward at the waist.
"Meghan Chase,"
he greeted in a surprisingly deep voice, stiff and formal like a butler.
"Your father, Lord Oberon, sends his greetings."
I felt a flicker of annoyance. Oberon had no right to claim me as his daughter, not after disowning me in front of the entire freaking court. Crossing my arms, I glared down at the gnome. "You wanted to see me? Here I am. What does Oberon want now?" The gnome blinked. The knights exchanged a glance. Puck and Ash stood tall beside me, silent and protective. Even though I wasn't looking at them, I could sense Puck's gleeful amusement. The gnome cleared his throat.
"Well, as you know, Princess, your father is at war with the Iron Kingdom. For the first time in centuries, we have created a mutual alliance with Queen Mab and the Winter Court."
His gaze flicked to Ash before focusing on me again.
"An army of Iron Fae crouches at our doorstep, eager to taint our land and kill everyone in it. The situation has become most dire."
"I know that. In fact, I think I was the one to first tell Oberon about it, right before he exiled me." I held the gnome's gaze, trying to keep the bitterness from my voice. "I warned Oberon about the Iron King ages ago, him and Mab both. They didn't listen to me. Why are you telling me this now?" The gnome sighed, and for a moment lost his formal tone.
"Because, Princess, the courts cannot touch him. The Iron King hides deep within his poisonous realm, and the forces of summer and winter cannot penetrate far enough to strike at him. We are losing ground, soldiers and resources, and the Iron Fae continue to advance on both courts. The Never-Never is dying faster than ever, and soon there will be no safe place for us to go."
He cleared his throat again, looking embarrassed, and became proper once more.
"Because of this, King Oberon and Queen Mab are prepared to offer you a deal, Meghan Chase."
He reached into his bag and drew forth a scroll tied with a green ribbon, unrolling it with a flourish.
"Here we go,"
muttered Puck. The gnome frowned at him, then turned to the scroll and announced in a grand, important voice,
"Meghan Chase, by order of King Oberon and Queen Mab, the courts are willing to lift your exile, as well as the exiles of Prince Ash and Robin Goodfellow, abolishing all crimes and rendering full pardons."
Puck drew in a sharp breath. Ash stood silently. No expression showed on his face, but I caught the briefest flicker of hope, of longing. They wanted to go home. They missed faery, and who could blame them? They belonged there, not in the mortal world, with its vast skepticism and disbelief in anything but science. Small wonder the Iron Fae were taking over the world. So few people believed in magic anymore. But because I knew faery bargains never came without a price, I kept my expression blank and asked, "In return for what?"
"In return,"
the gnome dropped his hands, averting his eyes,
"for journeying into the Iron Realm and eliminating its king."
I nodded slowly, suddenly very tired. "That's what I thought." Ash moved closer, drawing wary looks from the gnome and the two guards.
"By herself?"
he said quietly, masking the anger beneath.
"Oberon isn't offering any help? Seems a lot to ask if his own armies can't get through. King Oberon believes that a single person could move unseen through the Iron Realm," the gnome replied, "and thus have a better chance of finding the Iron King. Both Oberon and Mab agree that the Summer Princess is the best choice. She is immune to Iron's effects. She has been there before, and she has already taken down one Iron King."
"I had help then," I muttered, feeling a tightness spreading through my stomach. Memories rose up, bleak and terrifying, and despite myself, my hands started to shake. I remembered the awful wasteland of the Iron Kingdom, the blasted desert, the acid, flesh-eating rain, the imposing black tower rising into the sky. I remembered killing Machina, driving an arrow through his chest as the whole tower crumbled into shrapnel. And I remembered Ash, his body cold and lifeless in my arms, and clenched my fists so hard that my nails dug into my palms. "I'm not ready," I said, looking to Ash and Puck for reassurance. "I can't go back there yet. I still have to learn to fight and to use glamour and what about my dad? He can't stay here by himself." The gnome blinked, looked confused, but Puck spoke up before he could say anything. "She'll need some time to think about it," he said, stepping forward with a disarming grin. "I assume Oberon doesn't need an answer right this very second, does he?" The gnome regarded him gravely, yet spoke to me. "He did say time was of the essence, Your Highness. The longer you remain here, the farther the corruption spreads, and the stronger the Iron King becomes. Lord Oberon cannot wait. We will return at dawn for your answer." He bowed, and the knights stepped back, preparing to leave. "This is a one-time offer, Highness," the gnome cautioned. "If you choose not to accept Oberon's offer and return to the Never Never with us, none of you will ever see it again." He rolled up the paper with a flourish and disappeared into the woods with the guards. I walked back to the cabin in a daze, sinking onto the couch. Dad wasn't in the room, and the brownies hadn't started dinner yet, so we were alone. "I'm not ready," I said again, as Puck perched on the other arm and Ash stood watching me gravely. "I barely took down the first Iron King, and that was with the witchwood arrow. I don't have anything like that now." "True," came Grimalkin's voice beside my head, making me jump. The cat blinked at my glare and settled comfortably onto the back cushions. "But that was specifically for Machina. You do not know if that is needed for the false king." "It doesn't matter," I said. "I don't have anything this time. I still can't use glamour well. I don't know how I'll do in a fight, and—" I paused, nearly whispering the words. "I can't do it alone." "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Puck stood and joined Ash in glaring at me. "What are you talking about, doing it alone? You know we're going to be right there with you, Princess." I shook my head. "Ash nearly died last time. The Iron Kingdom is deadly to Fae. That's why Oberon and Mab can't beat it. I can't lose you both. If I do this, I have to do it alone." I felt Ash's gaze sharpen, cutting into me. His fury was a cold, icy color, and it pricked my skin even as I felt my own anger rise up to meet it. He should know. Out of everyone, Ash knew how lethal the Iron Kingdom was to normal Fae. What right did he have to be angry? I was the one who had to go into the Iron Kingdom. There was no way I'd put either of them through that torture again. I'd refuse Oberon's so-called deal if it came to that. And yet, if I refused, Ash and Puck would be stuck with me in the mortal realm forever. This was their chance to go home. I couldn't deny them that, even if it meant I had to journey into the blasted land of the Iron Fae once more and face the false king myself. "You know that's not going to work, Princess," Puck said, reading my thoughts. "If you think you can keep me or Iceboy from following you into the Iron Realm—" "I don't want you there," I burst out, finally looking up. He blinked at me in astonishment, though Ash continued to stare at me with ice-cold eyes. "Damn it, Puck, you didn't see the Iron Realm. You don't know what it's like. Ask Ash," I continued, pointing at the Ice Prince, knowing I was pushing him dangerously and not caring. Ask him how just breathing the air was killing him from the inside. Ask him how I felt watching him get worse and worse and not being able to do anything. And yet, I'm still here. Ash's voice was like brittle frost, his eyes darkened to black.
And it seems my promise means nothing to you. Will you release me from it now, when it is convenient to do so?
Ash! I looked up at him, hating that he was angry, but needing him to understand. I can't watch you suffer again, not like that. If you follow me into the Iron Kingdom again, you could die, and that would kill me too. You can't ask me to do that.
Ash stopped, closed his eyes for a moment. It wasn't your choice, Meghan, he continued in a forced, even voice. I knew the risks when I made that deal, and I know what will happen if I follow you into the Iron Realm. I would go with you regardless.
His voice grew sharper.
But that is beside the point. I cannot leave you now, unless you officially release me from my vow to stay.
Release him? Unmake a vow so he wasn't forced to follow me? I didn't know you could do that, I murmured, feeling a brief regret and a little anger. So, all that time in Machina's realm, I could have released you, and you wouldn't have had to help me? Ash hesitated, as if he didn't want to talk about it any longer, but Grimalkin spoke up from the back of the couch.
No, human, he purred. That was a contract, not a promise. You both agreed to something, and you both got something out of it. That is the way of most bargains.
Ash looked down, running a hand through his hair as Grimalkin licked a front paw.
A vow is made willingly, is self-inflicted, and places no requirements upon the recipient, no expectations whatsoever. He sniffed and scrubbed the paw over his ears, leaving the one trapped, completely at the mercy of the other, unless they decide to release him, of course.
So, I glanced at Ash. I could release you from your promise, and you'd no longer have to keep it, right? Ash looked stricken, but only for a heartbeat. Then the air around him turned frigid, and frost crept over the wooden floor slats. Without a word, he turned and left the room, gliding through the front door and vanishing into the night. Puck let out an explosive breath.
Ouch! You really know how to tear a guy's heart out, don't you, Princess?
I stared at the front door, feeling my heart sink. Why is he so angry? I whispered. I'm just trying to keep him alive. I don't want him following me because he's being forced by some stupid vow.
Puck winced. That stupid vow is the most serious declaration we can make, Princess, he said, and the edge in his voice surprised me. We don't make promises lightly, if ever. And incidentally, releasing a faery from a vow is the worst insult in the world. You're basically telling him you don't trust him anymore, that you believe he's incapable of carrying it out.
I stood up. That's not true at all, I protested, as Grimalkin slid from the back cushions to curl up in the spot I'd vacated. I just don't want him staying with me because he has to.
Geez, you're thick sometimes.
Puck shook his head as I gaped at him.
Princess, Ash would never have made that vow if he wasn't planning on following you anyway. Even if he never spoke it, do you think you could force him to stay behind?
He sneered.
You know you couldn't